Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 44th regular meeting of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. We are happy you are here with us this evening for this auspicious occasion as we also celebrate the 50th anniversary of independence of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the 50th anniversary of CARICOM. We invite you to stand as we welcome all heads of state accompanied by student leaders of our government primary schools. The Secretary General for the Caribbean Community, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett. Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister. Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister. Belize, the Honorable John Persino, Prime Minister. Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Scarrett, Prime Minister. Grenada, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister. Guyana, His Excellency Mohammed Ifan Ali, President. Haiti, His Excellency Dr. Ariel Henry, Prime Minister. Jamaica, the Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister. Montserrat, the Honorable Joseph Farrell, Premier. St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Terence Drew, Prime Minister. St. Lucia, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister. Suriname, His Excellency Albert R. Ramdin, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation, representing the President of Suriname, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi. Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Raleigh, Prime Minister. Bermuda, the Honorable Walter Roban, Deputy Premier and Minister of Home Affairs, representing the Premier of Bermuda, the Honorable E. David Burt. British Virgin Islands, the Honorable Dr. Natalia B. Wheatley, Premier. Turks and Caicos Islands, the Honorable Charles Washington Missick, Premier. And Chairman of the Conference, from the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, Prime Minister. One more time, let's give a warm round of applause for all our heads of state. Standing for the singing of the national anthem of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, performed by renowned Bahamian female vocalist, Miss Aaliyah Coley, and the singing of the CARICOM song by Bahamian singing sensation, Wendy.
Distant lands our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in shame. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was in homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun. We vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high and sing with your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong as our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for CARICOM. Though great and diverse be our ethnicity, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We die, we pray, we love, we dance and we play. victory drum for CARICOM. Hey, up your stem CARICOM. Knock your tone CARICOM. Raise your voices high and sing with your career. Yes, sing it loud and strong as our hearts beat as one. Hey. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for CARICOM. Knock your drone CARICOM. Knock your drone CARICOM.
Remain standing for the prayer by the Most Reverend Patrick Pender, Catholic Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Nassau.
We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. O God of the nations, we place before you the proceedings of this 44th regular meeting of the heads of government of CARICOM. Grace their discussions with an abundance of wisdom, courage, compassion, and discernment in dealing with the challenges of our region. Grant the delegates and participants wisdom to grasp the complexity of the issues facing our nations, from poverty to irregular migration, from climate change to food security, from public health to unemployment. Grant those gathered for these talks the courage to face the challenges of our region with honesty, impartiality, and in the best interest of all. May the discussions be graced with compassion so as never to lose sight of the most vulnerable, the most at risk, the most disadvantaged persons among us. Let them be guided by the words of the prophet Isaiah, "A bruised reed he shall not break, and a smoldering wick he shall not quench, until he establishes justice on the earth." Lord, grant each participant the power of discernment to distinguish rightly what is the genuine common good. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct this meeting and shine forth in all its proceedings. Where there is common agreement and understanding, let there be gratitude. Where there is difference and disagreement, let charity and decency prevail. Breathe your own spirit into these discussions, Lord, a spirit of discipline, order, justice, truth, and gentleness. Even in moments of difficulty and doubt, keep the flame of hope ever burning in the hearts of all the delegates. By your grace, Lord, may this gathering here in Nassau be a benefit to all in our region and beyond, and thus give glory to your name, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. under the direction of Mr. Ashley Knowles, welcome the Bahamas National Children's Choir performing a medley of Bahamian cultural songs. One more time for the Bahamas National Children's Choir. Welcome the Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett.
The Right Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, Your Excellency Chandrika Persad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname and outgoing Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, who isn't with us tonight, but we will hear his message later on. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the Caribbean Community, Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, PC MP, Prime Minister of Canada, Honorable Mr. Justice Ian R. Winder, Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Honorable Patricia DeVoe, MP, Speaker of the House of the Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Senator Honorable Lashal Adderley, President of the Senate of the Parliament of the Bahamas, other heads of delegation, heads of regional and international institutions, members of the diplomatic corps, delegates, people of the Caribbean community. As I welcome all of you to the 44th meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government, I do so with the thought in mind, as our Caribbean community approaches its 50th anniversary, that milestones generally mark achievements, not merely the passage of time. There will be time in the coming months to assess our achievements and justifiably celebrate the landmark anniversary. But for this evening and over the next 2 days, the focus of attention is on the pressing issues of the day. This will be done in the beautiful setting provided by our hosts, the government and people of the Bahamas, whom I thank for the excellent arrangements and the warm hospitality we have all experienced since our arrival. This is conducive to a most productive meeting. Let me at the outset register the community's appreciation and thanks to the President of Suriname, His Excellency Chandrika Persad Santokhi, the outgoing chairman, for his outstanding tenure over the past 6 months. His calm demeanor and thoughtful leadership guided the community through a difficult time. Thank you, Mr. President. And I welcome and congratulate our new chairman, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Right Honorable Philip Davis, and look forward to supporting him and his ideas for achieving our integration movement in the coming months. I also welcome to his first regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, who assumed office last August following his party's victory at the polls. Similarly, in recent electoral contests, similarly victorious in the recent electoral contests are the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of Dominica. Congratulations to them as they continue to contribute to the development of our region. It gives me great pleasure to acknowledge the presence of the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, Professor Benedict Orama, President of Afreximbank, and Mr. Sergio Diaz-Granados, President of CAF, the Latin American Development Bank. We welcome you as friends and as supporters of the community. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Dame Janice Bostwick, who will be bestowed this evening with the CARICOM Triennial Award for Women in recognition of her sterling efforts Thank you, Dame Janet, for your sterling efforts in promoting the rights of women and girls in the Bahamas and across our region. Heads of government, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our member states and the global community of nations continue to face many challenges. Many of our economies began to rebound from COVID-induced contractions, only to be affected by sharp inflation and shipping bottlenecks. COVID-19 continued to hover, and the conflict in Ukraine carried on. Our member states again faced a continued onslaught of climate change with the destruction caused by storms, rain events, and drought. Our hard-won development gains continue to be threatened by these challenges. Yet the Caribbean community did, as we often do, we rallied against the challenges. This is particularly important in 2023 when we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the community. This is the year when we commemorate the vision created, the courage had, and the legacy left by those who went before us. It is the year when we renew our commitment to the community and enrich this unique legacy for those who will follow us. This meeting provides us with an opportunity to make long-lasting decisions for our peoples for the next 50 years and beyond. The 43rd regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government held in Paramaribo, Suriname in July 2022 made consequential decisions. I will refer to just two of these. The convening of this meeting as a regular meeting, not an intersessional, follows the agreement to establish a calendar of 6 meetings of the conference annually, with regular in-person meetings being held in February and July, and virtual intersessional meetings scheduled during the year. The conference in July also agreed, in the context of the bilateral relationship with the United States, to urge for the removal of sanctions on Venezuela to allow, among other things, for progress on exploitation of cross-border natural gas fields between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. This advocacy has borne fruit with the announcement last month by the United States to waive sanctions on Venezuela to allow for the joint project to proceed. At this meeting, decisions on issues such as climate change, food security, and community governance would have a lasting and positive effect on the region over the next 50 years. However, even as progress is being made on some fronts, CARICOM and indeed the wider international community continue to struggle to help Haiti resolve its multifaceted crises. We will continue our efforts to assist all stakeholders in Haiti to ensure a Haitian-owned resolution to the crises. We will have to show the resilience and the fortitude of the Haitian people as we strive to overcome challenges and advance the initiatives to improve the lives of all citizens of our Caribbean community. That goal, to create a safe, sustainable, prosperous, and viable community for all, has been the guiding principle of our efforts for the last 50 years and will continue to guide us over the next 50 and beyond. I thank you and welcome you to this conference.
Continuing in the spirit of celebration, performing a dance presentation choreographed by Mr. Robert Bain with musical accompaniment of an arrangement by legendary Bahamian percussionist Mr. Peanuts Taylor, welcome the National Dance Company of the Bahamas.
feels good near your island. That's why I came back for more. I saw you swim near my boat and I followed you back to the shore. Hey! Island woman, island woman, she's making me forget who I am. Island woman, island woman, she's making me forget who I am. You dance for me in the moonlight. We drink the rum and have fun. But when I wake up in the daylight, you take my money and run. Island woman, island woman, she's making me forget who I am. Island woman, island woman, she's making me forget who I am. Island woman, island woman, she's making me forget who I am. Island woman, island woman, she's making me forget who I am. Island woman,
At this time, we would like to recognize the presence of the newly elected head of government of Antigua and Barbuda, Prime Minister the Honorable Gaston Brown. Please give him a warm round of applause. Welcome the newly elected head of government of St. Kitts and Nevis, Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew.
Good evening, all. From where I stand, a sea of beautiful Caribbean people, I wish you had this vantage point as I do. It gives me great hope that our future as a civilization is, of course, cemented. It's a pleasure. Let me, of course, say from the onset that I recognize all the heads of governments who are here, but let me recognize our Secretary General and also our Prime Minister of this beautiful country of Bahamas, Prime Minister Davis. And I see, of course, a lovely lady next to him, and if it is your wife, I want to recognize her as well. Let me recognize also two special guests the Prime Minister of Canada, Prime Minister Trudeau, and he apologized earlier for not bringing his wife. And of course, President Orama from the African Export-Import Bank. I deem it an honor for me to deliver brief remarks at this, the 44th intersessional meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community in this beautiful city of Nassau in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I would wish to place on record my appreciation to the government and people of the Bahamas for the excellent arrangements put in place for my delegation and all the other delegations at this meeting. And in the same vein, I would like to congratulate my colleague, the Honorable Philip Davis, on his resumption of the chairmanship of the conference and express my confidence in his stewardship in guiding the proceedings of this meeting and throughout the course of his tenure. I address you today in the context of my recent election to office following the general elections of August 6, 2022. I am conscious of the mantle of leadership and the strong mandate given to me by the citizens and residents of St. Kitts and Nevis, and pledge to do my best to ensure that our decisions at this level redound to the benefit and, by extension, to the people of our Caribbean community. Chairman, our Caribbean community today stands at the crossroads, where we must focus our attention on the myriad of challenges confronting us as small island developing states and low-lying coastal communities in an ever-increasing hostile global environment. Our challenges are well known to us, and I point out a few. Vulnerability to the external economic shocks, heavy dependence on a few products or services, frequent and more intense natural disasters, high costs associated with debt and climate change adaptation and mitigation, economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, disruption in supply chains and steady increase in the cost of imports and production, exacerbated by the ongoing war in Ukraine, and limited access to grants and concessional financing mechanisms to enable us to recover from external economic and environmental shocks. These overlapping challenges are cross-cutting in the effect. They impact all sectors of the economy, forcing us to play catch-up as we advance our respective development agenda. CARICOM has remained an effective forum for its members to carve a space for the international community to seriously address the structural challenges we face as small states. We strongly believe that greater consideration should be given to the multidimensional vulnerability index as a more holistic metric for addressing the complex issues I highlighted earlier. It is more closely aligned to the ever-present danger we face on an annual basis, having to endure the ravages of natural disasters, including hurricanes, drought, volcanic eruptions, and rising sea levels. Assessing our high GDP does not adequately consider our vulnerability to economic and climate-related shocks. The analysis must involve a holistic approach to addressing vulnerability and provide solutions that are effective and sustainable. The time has come for the international financial institutions to take positive actions to address the realities we face and enable us not only to recover from national disasters, but adapt to the existential threat of climate change by building stronger, more resilient communities to benefit the lives of our people. The St. Kitts and Nevis remains committed to the strengthening of the CARICOM Single Market and Economy, CSME, which we regard as training ground for engaging with the wider global economy. We believe in the free movement of skills, services and goods, capital and other key elements of the CSME. We view the region as a single space for the people of our region to live, engage in robust economic activity, and advance the economic and social prospects of our region. It is difficult for us to extol the virtues of the CSME without addressing the proverbial elephant in the room: intra-regional transport. The reality is that it is too difficult and too costly for the people of the region to move and exercise their rights within the single space created for them to do so at optimal levels. For example, coming to this meeting in Bahamas is a classic case in point. Many of us had to fly to Miami, overnight there before taking a flight the following day to our destination here in Nassau, Bahamas. It takes no less than 24 hours to move from country to country within our region at times. Compared to other nations, developed countries with highly developed transport means and modalities, we in the Caribbean remain at a disadvantage in realizing the benefits of the CSME that the framers of the CARICOM Treaty envisaged. Moving from New York, for example, to Washington, D.C. takes a mere 4 hours by car and less than 2 hours by aircraft. The contrast is a stark reality of the challenge we face on an ongoing basis here in the Caribbean. Further, Chapter 6 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas provides the framework for inter alia, the organization of efficient, reliable, affordable transport services throughout the community, and the promotion of cooperative arrangements for the provision of transport services. We recognize that several bodies of work have been invested in this regard. The Caribbean Development Bank and other key players continue to seek a sustainable solution to fix the gaps that exist and breathe life into Chapter 6 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. From our vantage point of view, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis has explored several options in collaboration with a few partners to make it easier for people to move to and from our jurisdiction to engage in business or leisurely activities. We encourage other member states to do likewise. We can do it together. We cannot rest on our laurels while the efficiency gap gets wider, causing us to fall behind in achieving our development objectives. And as we approach the celebration of our golden anniversary of our beloved Caribbean community, I urge us to redouble our efforts to improve the effectiveness of and efficiency of organs of our institution. Let us strengthen the pillars of functional cooperation. The theme selected, 50 years strong, a solid foundation to build on, is quite fitting, as it encourages us to consider our rich legacy and build a stronger, more prosperous future. St. Kitts and Nevis remains committed to strengthening regional integration in the upcoming year and beyond. Thank you very much.
Amplifying the happy spirit of the islands, performing a hit song, My Islands in the Sun. Please welcome local singing sensation, Lady E.
When I come to party, drunk and it got me with the word. My islands in Push, give me plenty energy. Come for this. Prophet sex humor, we got time. Drinking gin and coconut water. Boxing Day on the go day. Party all night and day. And I say, my island's in the sun. CARICOM time again. Yes. And I say, my island's in the sun. CARICOM time is in. Here we go. Shake it. Haiti. Barbados. Turks and Caicos. Bahamas. Break and scrape and drunk and do. Mash the roach and bust a move. Rock your planks and the heel and toe. That's how we Bahamians go. This we culture proud and strong. Rock the cowbells, beat that drum. Point your waist down, come alive. This carnival, I said, my island's in the sun. CARICOM time is in. Yeah, yeah, I said, my island's in the sun. CARICOM time is in. Celebration time is in the air. Love and unity in the atmosphere. We got that Bahamian pipe. Mama tell us deep inside. So put your hands in the air. Every people say yeah. I say, my island's in the sun. CARICOM time is in. Yeah, yeah, I say, my island's in the sun. CARICOM time is in. Come on. I say, Jimmy, come and give me the drums. We're gonna party till the morning comes. Y'all wind up your waist. Like you come to mash up the place. CARICOM. And I say, boy, my island's in the sun. And I say, my island's in the sun.
At this time, we acknowledge the contributions of the Honorable Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, former chair of CARICOM and president of Suriname, who is unable to join us at this time. Please turn your attention to the screen for his presentation.
Raise your voices high and sing up your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong. Feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrating song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum. Oh, CARICOM, hele, hele, bravo. Oh, pour you sing CARICOM. Leve, leve, wow.
Colleague heads of government, incoming chairman of the conference, Prime Minister Philip Davis, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Dr. Carla Barnett, ministers and senior officials of member states and of the Secretariat, distinguished delegates, members from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. At the outset, allow me to express sincere appreciation to you, colleagues, and all attendees at this opening ceremony of the 44th regular meeting of the Conference of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. It has been a pleasure to work with you all. Let me begin by thanking Prime Minister Philip Davis, his government, and the Bahamas people for hosting this conference and for their outstanding hospitality to all delegates. My apologies for not being there physically because of the budget negotiations in the Parliament and also other domestic issues which needs my attention. But I am here virtually to address you. Distinguished colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, as I hand over the chairmanship of CARICOM in the able hands of my colleague friend, Prime Minister Philip Davis of the Bahamas, I also take this opportunity to extend congratulations to him for assuming the chairmanship during this 6 months. I'm convinced that with your experience, eminent capability, and commitment, you will undoubtedly lead our deliberations and decision-making in an excellent manner on many issues facing CARICOM member states, taking our community a step further on its way to strengthening the integration process and its position on global matters. Please be assured of full support and cooperation of me, the government, and the people of Suriname during your chairmanship, my friends. It has also been a privilege for me to have served the Caribbean community in a leadership role over the past 6 months, and more so at a time when we were dealing with many global challenges, including the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, affecting energy prices, global supply chains, and food security, as well as with the challenges of climate change. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of CARICOM this year, we are reminded of the vision and goals of the founding fathers, Forrest Burnham, Errol Barrow, Eric Williams, and Michael Manley. Premise on our programs utilizing the resources of the region towards satisfying the needs of the region and competing internationally. Over the years, the region has taken significant steps in creating a solid integration movement. The revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which provided, among other things, for enhanced cooperation among member states, bears testimony to our resolve to work collaboratively towards one goal, sustainable development of the region. This is particularly significant with respect to accelerating the progress towards the CARICOM single market and economy. We are carrying on with our work to facilitate business between our countries. In that regard, the CARICOM Interactive Marketplace Suspension Procedure SIMSIPRO portal was launched last year. SIMSIPRO provides a platform where entrepreneurs from CARICOM can offer their products from raw materials to finished products. It also provides a strategic aim towards improving the efficiency of our regional suspension mechanism directly aimed towards encouraging production. More so, it seeks to develop our industrial policy. Therefore, I encourage the private sector to use this platform well. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as part of the integration process and to facilitate the free movement of skilled persons, in July last year, heads of government agreed on the definitions of skilled workers, household domestics, agriculture workers, and private security officers. In terms of agriculture workers, it could not be timelier as we seek to boost production and to reach our goals of reducing the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025. And by mentioning this fact, I extend my compliments to the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the lead head in the CARICOM Quasi-Cabinet for Agriculture, for spearheading this objective. As there is a great potential to expand the production of non-food items that are most heavily imported into the community, the conference decided to add a new portfolio of industrial policy to the CARICOM Quasi-Cabinet. Since Suriname was assigned this portfolio in collaboration with the CARICOM Secretariat and specialized institutions, we have been working to prepare a draft action plan. It has been proven that exports provides countries with growth opportunities. Therefore, it is crucial to expand and diversify our production. In this respect, I call on member states to participate actively in the process of the industrial policy program to develop the export potential of the non-food sector to contribute to the community's economic growth. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, regarding fostering CARICOM-Africa relations, I recall the convening of the first Africa CARICOM Summit held in Bridgetown in 2022 under the theme, One People, One Destiny, Uniting and Reimagining Our Future. Separate from our region's historical relations with the African countries, it is incumbent upon us to strengthen ties with one of the world's most dynamic and fastest growing regions. Within the framework of South-South cooperation, I also recall the celebratory meeting in Barbados for the 50th anniversary of the CARICOM-Cuba relations. The G20 was another opportunity for CARICOM to bring its challenges and opportunities to the international table. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there is no more significant threat to our children, planet, and future generations than climate change. Climate change is a living reality. However, the outcomes of the major international climate change conferences did not meet our expectations and lacked the ambition and action so much needed in our community. However, emerging from COP27 was an agreement to establish a fund for loss and damages, a significant achievement, particularly for small island and low-lying coastal developing states such as our member states. Climate change, desertification, water scarcity, and environmental degradation are life and death realities. I believe these issues remain pertinent and should remain on our active agenda as we move forward to COP28. At the Summit of the Americas, a meeting with U.S. President Joseph Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris resulted in establishing 3 joint committees to address cooperation on finance, food security, and energy security. The attacks by Russia on Ukraine have complicated the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and slowed down a return to normalcy in a post-COVID world. However, we have shown that we will overcome the challenges confronting us with the determination and creativity inherent to the Caribbean peoples. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as lead head responsible for sports, please allow me to express once again appreciation to the following athletes who have represented the region exceptionally at the regional and global levels. We pay tribute to 3 fastest women in the world who all hail from Jamaica, in particular Thompson Hera, who finished in first place to win the gold medal in the 100-meter dash at the 2021 Olympics in Tokyo. Mrs. Shelley Ann Fraser-Price, who is now the only athlete ever to hold 5 individual 100-meter world titles. And Mrs. Shericka Jackson, who led the way in the 200-meter. The entire Caribbean is proud of the performance of the Jamaican women who brought home so many medals and were instrumental in Jamaica being 3rd in overall medals won. Anderson Peters from Grenada for the 2nd world title in the javelin throw, and the excellent Mrs. Sean Miller-Yubo from the Bahamas, who brought home a world title in the 400-meter. I congratulate all athletes and the entire region. Sports are a cornerstone for developing a healthy population in the Caribbean, and because of your drive, the children in the Caribbean can dream of someday becoming also world champions. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, yes, our sister nation, Haiti, is in need of our concrete and feasible assistance. We must support the Haitian people. Building on our discussions in the past year, I look forward to how and in what way this assistance can be provided. Democracy, free, and fair rule of law, facilitating the work and efficient running of my chairmanship. My appreciation also goes to the minister, staff, and members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and International Cooperation of Suriname, and the CARICOM desk at the Office of the President. I thank you all, and may God bless you all.
Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong. Feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum. Oh, CARICOM, hele, hele, bravo. Oh, pour your sing, CARICOM. Leve, leve, wow.
It is now time for the presentation of the 13th CARICOM Triennial Award. Let us welcome the esteemed honoree, the Right Honorable Dame Janet Bostwick. A 2022 youth parliamentarian and current student of the University of the Bahamas, who will read the citation in recognition of the conferring of CARICOM's 13th Triennial Award for Women.
Good evening. Citation: Conference of the 13th Triennial Award for Women on the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Bostwick, CBDBE. Whereas on the 4th of June 2021, CARICOM announced that the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Bostwick, venerated Bahamian, esteemed intellectual, and respected altruist, will be the 13th outstanding woman from the Caribbean community to receive the CARICOM Triennial Award for Women. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Bostwick is an outstanding counsel and attorney, a model politician, and a pioneer among women in the Bahamas. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Bostwick is admired and respected as a champion for the empowerment of women, not only in her native Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but also in the region and beyond. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick has the distinction of having achieved several firsts in her career. These include the first female Secretary General of the Bahamas, the first female prosecutor, the first female president of the Bar Association, the first female chairman of the Bar Council, the first female member of Parliament following her election in 1982, first female Attorney General, and first female Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also the first female to act as the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick has held the portfolio of the Minister of Social Services, Housing and National Insurance, and Minister of Justice and Immigration. Throughout her tenure as a cabinet minister, she has always held ministerial responsibilities for women affairs. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick's activism on women issues is renowned, having started her campaign in the mid-60s and continued throughout her political career. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick served as a trade unionist and campaigned to improve the status of women, primarily because of the inequities they faced regarding the gender pay gap, non-existent maternity benefits, and job insecurity. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick, upon admittance to the bar, became an even more vocal advocate for women's rights, to audiences in churches, women's groups, and unions for more participation of men in the rearing of children, and the changes in legislation related to sexual offenses, domestic violence, and matrimonial matters. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick, in her quest of women's rights between 1994 and 1992, led the Bahamian delegation at the OAS Inter-American Commission of Women and served on its committee. Since 1994, she has served on the Executive Committee of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. In 1995, she served as a regional vice chairperson of the Bureau of the United Nations Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing, China. At this conference, she was the head of the delegation of the Bahamas, and the Bahamas was unanimously selected to coordinate the Caribbean region. In this capacity, she presided at all CARICOM meetings. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick, in espousing the cause of women and development, has pursued this interest with rigorous scholarships and distinguished herself that in 2001. She was presented with the University of India's Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Teaching, Administration, Research, and Public Service. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick broadened her advocacy to include the administration of justice and young persons, the maintenance and resolution of issues associated with children born out of wedlock, and improved custody. And whereas the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick, in paying tribute to an outstanding academic, political, and social and philanthropic contributions of this year's awardee, we acknowledge the fact that the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick has been an inspiration and mentor to the younger generation of Bahamian and regional scholars, politicians, and social activists. And now, therefore, at this 44th regular meeting of heads of governments of the Caribbean community on this 15th day of February, 2023, in the year of our Lord, We now so confer upon the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Philip Davis, Chairman of the Heads of Government of CARICOM and Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who will present the 13th Triennial Award for Women to the Right Honorable Dame Janet Gwyneth Boswick.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Philip Davis, Chairman of CARICOM, Your Excellency, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, heads of government and heads of state and associate states, delegates, Mr. President Justin Trudeau, Mr. President Rama, leaders from countries around the world, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really overwhelmed. And I'm taking an elderly woman's prerogative. They gave me 7 minutes, but this is a little bit longer than 7 minutes, please. From November 1957 and for years afterwards, I sat at my desk on the second floor of the Supreme Court building, Nassau, and I witnessed the Friday morning congregation of women, some of them with their children, outside the magistrate's court below, as they waited for trial of their summonses for maintenance or seeking restraining orders in domestic violence matters. I heard their cries. That was my introduction to family law matters. But over the years, I became painfully cognizant of the inequities suffered by women in most aspects of life, not only here in my country, but throughout the region. But it was actually at a CPA conference in 1991 in Harare, where I was exposed to women who knew firsthand or had experienced personally unimaginable gender-based violence and atrocities, immolation of widows on the burning pyres of their deceased husbands, female gender mutilation, forced child marriages, deprivation of education or health service, and the list goes on. And it was then that I knew that I had to be a part of that group which sought change and global recognition of men and women as equal partners in every respect. Much has been accomplished since that time, and I thank those who have enabled me to make a contribution to that change. This starts with my parents, Lois and Nick Musgrove, my one brother now deceased, and my sisters, Lois, Lynn, Jackie, Willie, and Linda. I thank you for your support. And there's my husband, Henry, an extraordinary man, a spouse who encouraged, inspired, and sought to motivate me to seek election to Parliament from the time we were childhood school sweethearts, high school sweethearts. And that was even before women had the right to vote in the Bahamas. An extraordinary man who became my champion in many ways, but who is not here with me tonight because of advanced dementia. I honor you, Henry. I hold the torch of freedom. I continue to hold the cause of freedom and good governance for both of us. Then each of my children, Margot, Kelly, Lisa, and John, who sacrificed mom time, who campaigned, supported, and at times shielded and protected me, suffering great abuse and personal degradation because of their parents' political involvement, but who have developed into strong individuals, all nationalists of whom I am proud. Their partners, my grandchildren, Alexander, Aria, Stephanie, John 3, and Victor, who is the only grandchild able to be here with me tonight. My great-grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and in-laws, thank you. I thank my adopted sons and daughters. I thank the late Sirs Clement Maynard, Kendall Isaacs, and Cecil Wallace Whitfield for their support. I extend my special thanks to former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram, who entrusted me with ministerial portfolios which played pivotal roles in the development of our country and enabled me to be involved in most of those activities for which I am today being honored. My thanks goes also to former Prime Minister Hubert Minnis for the national honors that he bestowed upon me. And I also thank our present Prime Minister, Right Honorable Philip Brave Davis, for presenting this honor to me today and for memorializing my election to Parliament by erection of a plaque in Parliament. Thank you. I extend my very special thanks to former Minister Franklin Campbell and Dr. Jacinta Hicks for recommending me for this prestigious award, and to the CARICOM Committee for choosing me from an array of very distinguished and qualified women, so that I now join the rank of 12 exceptionally outstanding women of the community who have made invaluable contribution to the development of their nations and the region. I am grateful. Very much has been accomplished, but much remains to be done. We do not have the luxury, ladies, of focusing our attention primarily on achieving gender equity or equality. With the real threat of climate change, we must fight now for our very lives and the continued existence of our nations. And women who are always the most vulnerable should lead this fight. We are blessed to have Prime Minister Mia Mottley lead the charge against climate change. And we're so proud because she is a woman. But all of us must do our part. The lives of our children are at stake. We must take personal responsibility to ensure that our actions lead to the decrease of carbon emissions in our own countries and to guard against pollution of our waters by ourselves, as well as by international vessels cruising our seas. We must encourage our governments to be mindful in the trade of our precious carbon credits to ensure that that trade does not facilitate the continued level of emissions by those whose decreased emissions are essential to our survival. There is much to be done. I heard the cries of those women in 1957. And if you listen, you hear the cries of mothers now. They cry for food security. They need food for their children. They cry for cessation of violence. They cry for better education and for better and affordable health services. And yes, they cry for equal rights with their men. While we do not in any way discount the rights of all persons to pursue those objectives that are specifically important and relevant to them and the choices which they make, we must be careful to not be distracted from our cause for the rights of women. It is a battle that is still too far from victory, and it is a battle which, in my humble opinion, is not receiving the acknowledgement, attention, and action that is required to ensure that the injustices are eliminated. It is a battle that has been relegated to a position of lesser importance, and it's being choked by the clamor of others. This is tragic. Every one of us who ever existed came into existence through woman. We cannot afford to give precedence to the rights of others if we do not first successfully address and eliminate the inequities that exist throughout our diaspora and indeed throughout the world in respect of the rights of us women. I submit that for this, we need no redefinition of woman. There is much to be done. We hear the cries of Haiti. Haiti's problem is a CARICOM problem, not one to be solved by others. We must be seen to unite and fight for Haiti. I pray, heads and delegates, that God guides your deliberation in this respect, and that this conference results in action which addresses the problem without the historical exploitation of Haiti. God guard your deliberations. And again, I say, thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Dame Janet Bostwick. We are so appreciative of all that you have done and continue to do for the Bahamas, the Caribbean, and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present the Crown Jewels of the Bahamas, a group of young people who have well represented us all over the world. Under the direction of Mr. Dexter Fernanda, we present to you the Bahamas National Youth Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure we introduce the incumbent chair of CARICOM. Please stand and give a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Davis.
Good evening. Please have a seat. Your Excellencies and fellow heads of government, honored and distinguished guests from within and beyond the Caribbean region, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity, though, to recognize that in our midst we have the Deputy Secretary of State for the United States, Brian Nichols. Is he still here? Yes. I think former Senators John Kerry and Chris Dodd, my friend. It's Chris. Thank you all for joining us here. And of course, our friend Justin, welcome to the Bahamas. It's been a long time. I continue to remind him that this was his father's second home. He spent a lot of time here with Dame Marguerite Pendling, who's present with us tonight. I also acknowledge the presence of three former prime ministers. I start with the senior, Hubert Alexander Ingram. Perry Christie, Honorable Perry Christie, and Hubert Alexander Minnis. I welcome them all here. And just let me say to all the delegates and friends, welcome to the islands of the Bahamas. And welcome to the 44th regular meeting of the heads of government of the Caribbean community. You visit us as we embark on celebrations for our 50th anniversary of independence. During these 50 years, we have steadily created every major institution in our country, defining ourselves not merely as being independent of others, but as free people determined to pursue our own path to fulfillment. But even as we embarked on this road to self-determination, we knew that we could not go it alone. As our founding father, Sir Lyndon Pendling, proclaimed on our accession to membership to the United Nations, we wish to enjoy the friendship and benefit from the association, the wisdom and experience of those who wish to be our friends and respect our freedom as we want and know it. So it was that we also joined this regional family of nations. In this joint celebration of the 50th anniversary of our independence and the 50th anniversary of the founding of CARICOM, in a very real way, there is a deep understanding and pride to have come this far. And as it is in the Bahamas, so it is that our region also faces a host of opportunities and an array of challenges. We should take great comfort from the fact that our forebears came together 50 years ago exactly for this purpose, to take full advantage of the opportunities of our time and to implement solutions to the challenges that confront us. The four pillars upon which our relationship stands has borne fruit in good times and in bad. Our commitment to functional cooperation has been powerfully expressed in education, health, and culture. Our coordination in foreign policy matters has strengthened and amplified our voice in global affairs and given us greater influence over the outcome of international debate. As near neighbors, our collaborative efforts to enhance our mutual security and for some to advance economic integration has united us in common cause to promote national and regional development. Our shared history, steeped in triumph and struggle, is testament to our resilience and determination. In the coming days, we will need to draw on that experience as we engage with the many issues on our agenda. Colleagues, friends, I believe we are in vigorous agreement that the crisis in Haiti requires our urgent attention. The turmoil and suffering there continue to worsen. As a near neighbor, the Bahamas is under great strain, and many other countries in our region are already heavily impacted. We will all benefit if Haiti is again fully functioning as a state. We should learn from the failures of past efforts to help, rather than use these disappointments as an excuse for inaction. I pray that we can agree a series of concrete steps to help move towards a solution for the Haitian people and the region as a whole. We have learnt that inaction has its own costs and consequences. Nowhere is that more the case than on the issue of climate change, which threatens to upend our lives around the world and possess an existential threat to so many of us in this region. Yet, even though we in the CARICOM region are especially vulnerable to the rising sea levels and temperatures, erosion of our coastal communities, and hurricanes which are more frequent and more intense, by working together, we show that we are not powerless. I have no doubt that in joining our voices last year to present an agreed position at COP27, we helped to influence the shift in position relating to loss and damage arising from the impact of climate change. There's also genius amongst us. The Bridgetown Initiative, which proposes reforms to the global financial architecture, is a shining example of how this region has much to contribute to solving critical international issues. Even though it's not the result of climate change, the disastrous earthquake which recently struck the border region between Turkey and Syria is a reminder of what unseen natural events can do. As of today, over 40,000 people are reported to have died. Countless others are missing. We offer our prayers and condolences to all those affected. Colleagues, friends, other issues also command our attention. Investment and cooperation in education, infrastructure, food and energy security will help to support our collective national development. For all the losses and havoc wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic, it did teach us valuable lessons about what's important and about what we need to do to save lives and livelihoods. For example, here in the Bahamas, we have in the past talked about the need to ensure food security. But since the advent of the pandemic, we recognize that the need to be able to feed ourselves was not just an economic nicety, but a matter of survival. Some of the other priority issues are more protective. We should seek to strengthen our collective response to end the smuggling of drugs and guns. And we must do all that we can to wipe out the misery of human trafficking. Let us seize the opportunity provided by this meeting to make concrete progress in each of these areas. We must remain alive to the possibilities. Our friends at the Afri-Exim Bank have allocated already $1.5 billion to invest in the CARICOM region. Should remaining CARICOM members join those of us who have already signed the agreed memorandum of understanding, that figure would be doubled to $3 billion. I encourage you to sign. By moving together, we can achieve something which benefits us all. You know, colleagues and friends, the newspaper headlines from 50 years ago bear startling similarities to the ones we see today. Rising oil prices, skyrocketing inflation, fractured civil society, and seemingly intractable wars appear not to have gone away. Most of these events are not of our making, but they impact the lives of people in the region in a very significant way. But one thing is certain: whether the issues are old or new, in order to make lasting progress, we must address and promote our narrow national self-interest firmly within the framework of the interests of us all. None of us will be safe until we are all safe. None of us will develop sustainably or securely if we leave our neighbors behind. None of us will truly prosper if our resources are forever taxed by the poverty and instability of those nearby. Going it alone will not work. That is not to say that while we continue to strengthen and build our region, we should dilute or abandon the founding principle of our nation states, namely the right to self-determination. And when that principle is tested, we must stand firm. This is true whether it is the border disputes such as the long-standing issues between Guyana and Venezuela, Belize and Guatemala, or as it concerns the internal democracy in our associated states of Bermuda, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the British Virgin Islands. Further afield, we also reaffirm our support for the people of Ukraine, whose sovereignty is being threatened by the Russian invasion of their territory. As neighbors, we should continue to embrace each other and know that we will all succeed if we hold fast the threads that bind us together. Colleagues and friends, the 50th anniversary of CARICOM presents us with a golden opportunity. In celebrating the institutions and achievements of these 5 decades, the many peoples of our region should look back and rightly feel a sense of pride in all that has been gained and the value added to the region. But it also presents an occasion to look forward, to seize the opportunity to collaborate, to cooperate, and through our collective effort, build a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous region. The University of the West Indies is a shining testament to the difference CARICOM has made to the lives of the people of the region. Let us build the equivalent in other areas of life. While our work here over the next few days will be all-consuming, I do hope you find just enough time to experience our islands, our people, and our culture. And if not on this visit, then certainly the next. Whatever the reason, whatever the time, you are most welcome. I thank you.
The incumbent chair of CARICOM, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Davis. We welcome the Most Reverend Drexel W. Gomez, retired Anglican Archbishop of the Province of the West Indies, to give us the benediction. Please remain standing.
Good evening. Let us pray. Sovereign Lord and Heavenly Father, to you belong all power and glory. You are the source of all goodness. Your mercies are without number and without end. Remember, Lord, for good, all the inhabitants of your created universe, especially all who in every place call upon your name and seek your enabling grace. And may your kingdom come in all the world, on earth as it is in heaven. At this time, Lord, we entreat you to look graciously upon the countries of our beloved Caribbean homeland, represented at this 44th meeting of the heads of government of CARICOM. We offer special petitions for the leaders of our CARICOM states and all who make decisions on our behalf, that they may be guided by your Holy Spirit to direct our affairs in the ways of justice, truth, and freedom for all the inhabitants of our Caribbean lands. And we pray for wisdom and discernment for our leaders that will facilitate in time the improvement in the quality of life for all Caribbean peoples. And finally, Father, we request that you let your blessing rest upon our families and those we love, as we intentionally seek to strengthen home and family life across our Caribbean lands. Watch over the young facing so many challenges. Support the aged. Relieve those in pain and sickness, and encourage those who render assistance to them. Comfort the sorrowful, and to the poor, the hungry, the unemployed, and all victims of discrimination of any kind, we ask you, Lord, to give relief, justice, and protection across our Caribbean land. And Lord, let your peace, your infinite peace, rest upon us all through your Son, Jesus Christ, our ever-living Lord and Savior. Amen and amen.
Please be seated. We have come to the end of our program. On behalf of the members of CARICOM and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we thank you for your presence here this evening. We ask that you allow our dignitaries to leave first and to join us in the foyer for a reception. However, it is not fitting to end an event like this in the Bahamas without the pulsating sounds of Junkanoo. Welcome, Colors Entertainment.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. A very warm welcome to everyone to this media engagement titled From Apology to Action, the CARICOM Reparation Commission's response to the Netherlands' apology for African enslavement. I'm your host and moderator, Hilary Brown. I'm the Program Manager for Culture and Community Development at the CARICOM Secretariat, and I provide technical support to the CARICOM Reparations Commission, which reports to the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations, which is headed by the Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister Mia Mottley. A very special welcome to regional and international representatives of the media, to the CARICOM Reparations Commission, to representatives of governments and civil society, and especially to our young people. The CARICOM Reparations Commission and the Center for Reparations Research at the University of the West Indies is really very pleased that so many of you have joined us today in what we know is a very busy Christmas season for everyone. But the Commission could not allow this important historical moment of an apology for slavery issued by His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in The Hague, on Monday, 19 December, to pass without sharing our views on this welcome development. The CARICOM Reparations Commission has been in the vanguard and has inspired the renaissance of a global reparations movement since it was established in 2013 by the CARICOM heads of government. Our mission is to pursue reparations for native genocide and slavery from the relevant European nations that conceptualized, facilitated, and benefited from the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans and the genocide of the indigenous people of the Caribbean for over 300 years in the Caribbean. The Commission has articulated, as many of you would be aware, the 10-point plan for reparatory justice in 2014 and updated it in 2018, and which first calls for a full and formal apology, and an apology that does three things. It accepts responsibility for the transgressions, it commits to non-repetition, and it pledges to repair the harm that was caused. There is both a moral and a legal obligation on the part of the transgressor to provide repair, restitution, compensation, and satisfaction to the victims. The CARICOM Reparations Commission was very pleased to hear Prime Minister Rutte acknowledge and condemn the evils of slavery as a crime against humanity, consistent with the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action of 2001 and the CARICOM Commission's steadfast position. And so today, we have 4 distinguished representatives of the CARICOM Reparations Commission who will share views and provide a response to the Netherlands' apology for slavery and to help us determine its value within the current context. So the first of our speakers, who I will introduce, is Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. He is the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies and also Chairman of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. He has had a distinguished career as an academic, an economic historian, an international thought leader, a United Nations Committee official, and global public activist for social justice and minority empowerment. Sir Hilary Beckles has lectured extensively in Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia, and he has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and 13 books, and most notably in this context, Britain's Black Debt, Reparations for Caribbean Slavery in 2013, and also How Europe Underdeveloped the Caribbean in 2022, both by the University of the West Indies Press. Professor Beckles has received numerous awards and honors, including being conferred the Martin Luther King Jr. Award for Peace and Freedom in 2021, and he was installed by the Atakere traditional leaders and tribes of East Africa as paramount chief, Papa Osikol II, in 2022. Welcome, Professor Beckles, to deliver your statement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. I share your perspective that this is indeed an historic moment worthy of discursive intervention. Indeed, it has been almost a decade since the CARICOM governments established Reparations Commission with a view to raise consciousness, provide advocacy, conduct scientific research with a view to moving the reparations movement forward in a way that is global and in a way that will lead to the result that humanity is demanding. With this formal apology of the Dutch state and the acknowledgement that the transatlantic slave trade enchained African bodies and chattel slavery in general, that they represent a crime against humanity and that such a crime must be repaired with specific remedies. This formal apology is significant, and we understand it to be an historic moment. Prime Minister Rutte, we believe, must be commended for this enlightened development that in effect establishes the Netherlands as the European state best poised at this moment to bring global leadership to this long and sustained call for reparatory justice. His statement moves us closer to closure in respect of the crippling criminal chapter in human history. We recognize, however, that this development is best understood as an internal conversation within the Dutch state. The Prime Minister did not bring to the table those who are the survivors of this historic crime. The victim communities in the Caribbean and beyond are therefore not stakeholders to this historic statement. So, historic though it is, the statement can be challenged and must be challenged on the basis that the Prime Minister did not seek the organized input and support of the Caribbean community and the reparatory justice movement in general. It is a statement that is unilateral in its conception and execution. And we are of the opinion that it is only multilateralism and full inclusion of all stakeholders that will give us the impetus we need to move forward in a dignified way with this matter of an apology. The marginalization of the victim communities will undoubtedly be experiencing this moment with deep ambivalence, but they will be concerned that it seems to emanate from an imperial consciousness rather than a democratic sensibility. Now, the significance, of course, is rooted in the history. The Dutch state was Europe's pioneer of the global slavery enterprise. For most of the 17th century, for example, the Dutch monopolized the transatlantic slave trade and provided the financing and the technology that enabled it to establish its empire based on chattel slavery, and to provide the resources that enabled the French, the Dutch, the Spanish, and the Portuguese to follow. As a result of this pioneering role, Amsterdam became the financial center of Europe and became the leading supplier of capital that financed New World colonization. The national enrichment from African enslavement was unprecedented. The Dutch community, with the wealth of slavery, with these crimes against humanity normalized and legalized, became one of Europe's most developed industrial states. It continues to this day to be an imperial nation holding a significant part of the Caribbean community in a state of colonial bondage. Critically, nonetheless, we acknowledge that the Honorable Prime Minister had described his statement as ending with a comma rather than a full stop. This metaphor is encouraging and offers hope for the future. The Caribbean Reparations Commission is keen to enable the Prime Minister, therefore, to complete this Dutch sentence. It looks forward to the next step, which must be a dialogue with nations and communities that continue to suffer and expect, therefore, to be treated with the dignity of participating in a dialogue with the Dutch state. Therefore, we believe that this circumstance can be reconciled in the second phase. And we are looking forward to meeting with the Dutch Prime Minister and his team, representatives of the Dutch state, to speak about the movement of this statement of apology into a development approach in which reparatory justice is at the center of the conversation. The Caribbean has made its point of view perfectly clear that reparations for the region is about the implementation of a development plan that seeks to clean up the colonial mess left behind in the Caribbean and to position the region to be more sustainable and competitive within the context of the world economy. The depth of poverty, illiteracy, ill health, and all of the social and economic consequences of colonization have remained at the center of the Caribbean experience. We believe that a dialogue of this nature can be the basis on which those states that have extracted wealth for hundreds of years from the Caribbean region can now participate in the development strategy and the development model that this region and its victim communities are entitled to. We are hoping, therefore, to be in a position to meet with the Dutch government at a suitable time to begin the process of implementing the Prime Minister's vision of an apology and the consequences of that for rehabilitation in the region, in the Caribbean, and bringing mutual satisfaction and closure to this terrible phase in human history. Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, for amplifying the historical context in which this apology has taken place. And indeed, we have noted, as you have said, and as the Prime Minister Rutte also said, that the Dutch state, in all its manifestations through history, bears responsibility for the terrible suffering inflicted on enslaved people and their descendants. And he also spoke to three key words, which are very much in line with your statement, where he said acknowledgement, apology, and recovery are key to going forward. And so now I will introduce Mr. Armand Zunda. He is the chairman of the National Reparations Committee of Suriname. He is an historian and an economist and is very much at the center of much of the deliberations and that are taking place now between Suriname and other parts of the Netherlands Kingdom in relation to this apology. So, Mr. Zunda, please make your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hilary Brown. Thank you, Professor Beckles, for your historical analysis. I will chip into that and go into actually this age where we are in now. And it has been a process before the Dutch Prime Minister actually released this statement. And the process started in 2001 at the Durban UN conference in South Africa, where the Dutch minister released a statement of remorse, of deep remorse, for racism. At that time, we weren't talking, or the Dutch weren't talking about crime against humanity yet. And what you see in the Netherlands, that following 2001, each year a Dutch minister actually came up or presented a statement of remorse, a statement of shame, or a statement actually denouncing what had happened in the past. In 2021, you see that Dutch cities involved in slave trade and slavery started with declarations of apologies. And as Professor Beckles mentioned, the position of the city of Amsterdam that had a key role in the financing of slave trade and also of importing materials from especially Suriname, that the city of Amsterdam came with a statement of apology. It was followed by the city of Rotterdam, Utrecht, ABN AMRO, the Dutch Central Bank province in North Holland, and probably more cities involved in slave trade and slavery. We, on our list, we have registered now at least 17 cities in the Netherlands that have been involved in this type of business. And so more will follow. And you could say that the presentation of apology of the Dutch Prime Minister came a little unexpected because it wasn't the result of a process of dialogue. It was actually a result of a one-way street approach that was presented on the 19th of December. And it was considered here in the Surinamese community as a milestone. Especially it was accepted by elderly Surinamese people very emotionally. Also in the Netherlands, because they had been waiting for this statement. But as we know, when we speak about reparations or reparatory justice, we think about the future. We think about our youth, and we think about improving their position. And we have seen some remarks on the declaration, on the statement of apologies from of the Prime Minister. I must say that our government didn't react as yet. We believe that they still have to process the information. And what we missed in the information in the statement was the crimes against humanity committed against the indigenous people of Suriname. But we learned from one of the ministers in the cabinet that when the Dutch government will inform the Dutch parliament, that will be included or that has been included. Another thing is that from the perspective of the Caribbean or the CARICOM, we also miss actually one important thing in the statement of apology, and that is the responsibility that the Dutch government must have to take to interlink the process of repair in that actually will be the next step. So we were content of the fact that the Dutch Prime Minister, that he mentioned that after his statement, a process of dialogue will start, and from the perspective of the Surinamese Reparations Commission, we expect that the King of the Netherlands, that on the 1st of July next year, which commemorates 150 years of ending of slavery in Suriname, that he travels to Suriname and give an apology as the symbolic representative of the Dutch people. Meanwhile, before that, I think that from January on, we will start talking with the Dutch government, and of course, from the perspective of the CARICOM, you could say procedures, strategies, and which are actually laid down in the 10-point plan for reparatory justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zunda, for your presentation and for highlighting some of the areas in which there are missing elements to the apology that was issued. And in that context, too, we could even speak about the absence of any reference to Africa and to the adverse impact on population growth in Africa, the destruction of African families, communities, political and economic structures and systems as a result of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. And so there are a number of areas that we do need to address going forward. And to help us do that is our third speaker, Mr. Eric Phillips, who is a former White House fellow and is the chairman of the Guyana Reparations Committee. He's also a vice chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Mr. Phillips is an executive member of the African Cultural and Development Association in Guyana, and he was the first president of the African Business Roundtable. He appeared on the cover of Business Week International magazine, and he also appeared on the cover of Black Engineering magazine when he was nominated as the U.S. Black Engineer of the Year. Mr. Phillips is a national awardee in Guyana, recipient of the Golden Arrow of Achievement for Youth Development, Entrepreneurship, and Community Development. He was installed by the Mzilikazi Kingdom of South Africa as Chief Eric Sifuzulu in 2022. Welcome, Mr. Phillips. Please make your presentation.
Hello, everyone. Jambo. I bring you greetings from the former Dutch colony of Guyana, now known as the Corporate Republic of Guyana, when it gained independence from the British in 1966. We in Guyana were somewhat dismayed that our country was not mentioned in the apology by Prime Minister Mark Rutte, because Guyana was a Dutch colony from 1616 to 1812, a period of 196 years. Yes, 196 years, not 20 or 50 or 100, but almost 200 years. The British, in contrast, enslaved Africans in Guyana from 1812 to 1838, a period of just 26 years. Of course, the British, after emancipation in 1838, had Guyana as their colonial property for another 128 years. So Guyana was enslaved and colonized for over 3 centuries. In addition, indentureship also began under the British and lasted from 1838 to 1917. But what do we know about the Dutch in Guyana, and why was Guyana not mentioned in the apology? In 1621, the government of the Netherlands gave the newly formed Dutch West India Company complete control over a large trading post in Essequibo. The Dutch West Indies Company was a major owner of many plantations that produced cotton, tobacco, and sugar for more than 170 years. And at one time, there were over 300 Dutch-owned plantations in Guyana. Today, an indelible Dutch legacy lives in Guyana through the names of many of our villages, such as Good Fortune, Eiflug, Vredenhoek, Virgin Nugent, Denham, De Wever, Holland, Herstelling, Goodread, Sparendam, Wakenham, which is the birthplace of my African grandmother and my Amerindian grandfather. Today, the capital city of Berbice is named New Amsterdam. we also have Dutch streets named such as Vissingen and Dutch forts such as Fort Zeelander and Fort Kaiko overall. Even today, much of Guyana's legal and land conveyancing systems are legacies of the long period of Dutch colonial administration. Dutch enslavement lives in the minds of every Guyanese because Guyana's national hero, Coffee, was the leader of the 1763 Berbice Rebellion. So every Guyanese is aware of Dutch ownership of Guyana. Coffee was an Akan man from West Africa who was enslaved in Ghana, branded, and brought in chains to Guyana as a very young man. He led the Berbice Slave Rebellion, which began in 1763 and ended in 1764. And by the way, most people don't know that Coffee's first letter to Dutch Governor Wolfert Simon van Hoogen was written in Dutch. But so much for a brief history lesson. The book, Blood on the River, written by Marjolaine Cars, vividly describes the horror and brutality and dehumanization of Africans in Guyana, as well as the legacy of divide and rule. In 1814, the three counties of Berbice, Demerara, and Essequibo were bought by the British from the Dutch, and Guyana was formed, British Guyana, in 1831. Why did I begin my presentation in this manner? Simply because I've read every article on the apology and have listened and read the Prime Minister's speech on Monday, and have not seen nor heard Guyana mentioned in any of them. Neither did a Dutch member of parliament or vice prime minister or anyone plan to visit Guyana. Yet, we were enslaved for 196 years by the Dutch. We in Guyana, however, welcome the courageous step taken by the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. We see the apology as a portal, a gateway between the mental, spiritual, economic, financial, health, cultural, and psychological crises that people of African descent live with daily in the former colonies, a gateway for a better future. Slavery was a crime against humanity, the humanity that enabled all human lives on this earth. Slavery annihilated Africa, African culture, African family values, African traditions, African pride, African institutions. This is what we are faced with. With this in mind, we see the apology as the beginning of a path of constructive dialogue that will lead to repair, to reparatory justice. I hope that the government of the Netherlands will engage civil society groups in Holland. CARICOM has a very long conversation on reparatory justice. And last weekend, we had a very long conversation sponsored by the National Platform Dutch Slavery Past and other groups, led by chairperson Ms. Beryl Beekman. This was a 2-hour conference, lasted 4 hours because of the emotions, the earnest interest, and because of ancestral intervention. Christmas is here upon us, so I hope it brings the seasonal fruits of constructive dialogue with all groups, with CARICOM, with groups in the Caribbean, with groups in Holland. The pain is deep, the hurt still remains, but we are now entering 2023 with new hope because of this apology. So let us seek justice so that the souls of our ancestors can rest in eternal peace. There are two Guyanese sayings. The first is, Mautar and guitar are two different tars. The second is that the hands that work are holier than the hands that pray. This means we heard what was said in the apology, but it also means we look forward to the positive actions that follow, based on the principles that harms must be redressed, and partnership and dialogue can lead to shared understandings of the past, shared values for the future, shared actions to reparatory justice, and shared benefits. The apology, as I said, is a portal. It's an important first step, a gateway. Let us embrace a process of justice, especially during the final years of the International Decade for People of African Descent, whose motto is recognition, justice, development. Recognition of the crime through an apology, as was just done by the Dutch Prime Minister. We need to see justice, which is reparatory justice. And then we need to use those resources from reparatory justice for a development plan. So, in the name of our ancestors and generations afflicted by racism, discrimination, and mental slavery, and what's going on today, on behalf of all Guyanese, I bid everyone in this press conference God's grace, and we look forward to a dialogue leading to reparatory justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips, for the way in which your presentation has broadened and deepened this conversation in a very pertinent way, and by highlighting Dutch colonization and slavery in Guyana over nearly 200 years, a very important part of the conversation that has been left out. And thank you so much for pointing the way forward. And as we move now to our final speaker, I also want to recall that Prime Minister Rutte, in his presentation, said, centuries of oppression and exploitation still have an effect to this very day. And he's absolutely correct in terms of intergenerational poverty among people of African descent, the racism that they experience on a daily basis, social inequity and exclusion. And to help us interrogate and discuss some of these issues further is Professor Vereen Shepherd. She is a graduate of the University of the West Indies and the University of Cambridge. Professor Shepherd is Professor Emerita of Social History at the UWI and a former university director of the Institute for Gender and Development Studies. She's a former chair and now a member of the Jamaica National Council on Reparation, and she's one of the vice chairs of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Professor Shepherd is the current director of the Center for Reparation Research at the University of the West Indies and has been very busy as chair of the UN treaty body, the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Welcome, Professor Shepherd. Please make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, to everyone, and welcome to the various media houses that have joined this press conference today. I hope that each of them will not just attend and acknowledge, but become allies, if they are not already allies of reparation activists. And I urge them to carry our stories or news throughout the year, not just when we have these events. I move on now to acknowledge, as other colleagues have done, that the statement issued by His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands on December 19, is a step in the right direction and a reflection of the success of all reparation activists on all sides of the Atlantic, including the CARICOM Reparations Commission, who have been calling on all former colonizing powers through letters written to them in 2016 and through other means and media to own up to their past, acknowledge their role in the trafficking in Africans and African chattelization, and commit to a process of repair. Most governments who have issued statements on the enslavement of Africans by their colonial states have not used the word apology and have not agreed that the transatlantic trafficking in enslaved Africans and chattel enslavement were crimes against humanity. So this statement is an advancement within that context. I have learned that the statement was grounded in a report published last year by a government-appointed advisory board set up in the wake of the globalization of the Black Lives Matter campaign after the 2020 killing of George Floyd in the US, but wished it was also done as a result of consultations with those who have a stake in what an apology should look like, acknowledging responsibility for the crime, committing to non-repetition, committing to the repair demanded, not decided on, by the state. In the case of the repair, enslavement for enslavement and its legacies, this would be reparation, reparative justice. Not surprisingly, then, the December 19th statement issued has not satisfied all of us because of its silences on critical issues. Its failure to elaborate a reparation plan that it involves not just the Netherlands and its colonies, but also the countries to which it trafficked enslaved Africans, among them Brazil, British Guyana or Guyana, the French Caribbean, including Haiti up to the mid 18th century, Grenada, St. Kitts, the Trinidad and Tobago, and other British colonized countries and islands, the Spanish Caribbean, including Cuba and Puerto Rico, the USA. So, in terms of the British colonized Caribbean, if I should just focus on my region, according to the database slavevoyages.org by Professor David Eltis's team, the Dutch captured 8,109 Africans for sale to various islands, of which 6,996 arrived alive, a mortality rate of 14%, thereby helping the British to carry on its racist project and the chattelization of my ancestors. And I just wanted to show quickly what I'm talking about in terms of broader participation. If we look now at this slide, we see the total. It's an underestimate because we can never know the total, carried to the Dutch Caribbean and the Dutch Guyanas, and the overall total captured and trafficked by the Dutch. Then, if we look comparatively, we see that the other countries to which we have written also have responsibility because of their share of the trafficking. And so we are saying it wasn't just the Dutch Caribbean, but there's responsibility for other Caribbean countries and Spanish America and other places to which the Dutch trafficked Africans. But the Kingdom of the Netherlands has acknowledged its role as a state that carries on responsibility for past atrocities, and I encourage all other former colonial powers to which the CARICOM reparations sent letters to issue their own apologies instead of replies setting out their social and philanthropic actions in the Caribbean, reminders of their activism on modern-day slavery, reminders of their grants and loans since independence, and statements of deep sorrow, regret, and remorse that stop short of taking full responsibility for a crime against humanity and acting on the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice. Finally, I note that the statement by His Excellency Prime Minister Rutte recognizes that there is a connection between the ideologies of the past and the ideologies of today that continue to hold one race superior and another inferior. As a reminder, the report on which the PM relied for evidence for many aspects of his apology had said that institutional racism in the Netherlands, and I quote, cannot be seen separately from centuries of slavery and colonialism and the ideas that have arisen in this context, end of quote. Consequently, Prime Minister Rutte stated that, and I quote, centuries of oppression and exploitation still have an effect to this very day in racist stereotypes, in discriminatory patterns of exclusion, in social inequality. And to break those patterns, he says, we have also to face up to the past openly and honestly, end of quote. Confronting that history, Prime Minister, requires rooting out current practices that do violence to the bodies and souls of people of African descent living in all parts of the kingdom. When the Netherlands came before the Committee on the Racial Discrimination, on the elimination of racial discrimination in 2021, NGOs and civil society groups complained of the failure of the state party to live up to its commitments as a signatory to the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, to eliminate in its space and all its spaces all forms of racial discrimination. NGOs and civil society groups complained of disrespect for ancestral sites and culture, continuing psychological harm, being targets of hate speech, including on social media, racial profiling, which CERD addresses in its General Recommendation 36 of 2020, anti-Black racism, insufficient attention to the recommendations of the Durban Declaration and Program of Activities, and the Program of Activities for the International Decade on People of African Descent, and the continuation of cultural celebrations that mock those with true Black skins. I hope that the anniversary of emancipation in 2023 will provide an opportunity to focus on reparatory justice as set out in the 10-point plan of CARICOM, and not become a celebration or just a celebration of the role of the state in emancipation, and that those plans will acknowledge the atrocities like what happened on the 18th century slaver, the Louis then, when the captain and the crew left 700 enslaved Africans on the ship, the deck nailed down so they could not escape, while they jumped ship to avoid the sinking and their own possible death. This has been considered the single largest human tragedy in Dutch maritime history and in the history of the transatlantic trafficking in enslaved Africans. We look forward to the Prime Minister's engagement with the people whose ancestors were victims of the crime against humanity that he has unambiguously acknowledged, because those whose ancestors were victims of this crime have complained that they have not been consulted ahead of December 19 and continue to be affected by racism in all parts of the kingdom. So that's my wish, so that together, what you have started, Prime Minister, can truly make a difference and help to heal the wounds of the past, insofar as reparatory justice can play a part in that. Those who should benefit from this apology have complained that the government has ruled out reparation, but will set up a 200 million euro educational fund for initiatives that will help tackle the legacy of slavery in the Netherlands and its former colonies, and its colonies as well. Apologies, awareness raising, and educational initiatives are all important, but I urge the Netherlands to listen to the demands of the people and also work with the CARICOM Reparation Commission and other reparation commissions, committees, task forces around the world to ensure that the comma becomes a full stop on a script that is collectively written. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shepherd, for your presentation, for giving us both a historical and contemporary context, and for highlighting many of the contradictions, the human suffering that many enslaved Africans, our ancestors, experienced through the slave trade and through chattel enslavement in the Caribbean. Thank you so much for, and indeed to all of our presenters, to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, to Mr. Armand Zundo, to Mr. Eric Phillips, and to Professor Shepherd for the way in which they have amplified the issue and have given us the various dimensions, issues to consider, issues that have been included, even as we celebrate this move by the Netherlands government and call on other governments of Europe to do likewise. We recognize that there is still quite a bit more work to be done. So at this point in our media engagement, we're moving to the point where we can now hear from our media participants. And there may be others who have questions as well. And so what we will do is we will be allowing media to raise questions directly through the Zoom platform. And we will also be monitoring questions that will be coming through the Facebook pages of UATV, the CARICOM Secretariat, and other social media platforms that are in use. And so we will allow the technical team just a couple of minutes to convey, to reorganize, and then to facilitate the first set of questions from our media, regional and international media participants. We
Yes,
will
I
be
think we're
assisted.
about, Dr. Brown, to begin the process and to invite the first of the questions from our media partners. And just a reminder to the members of the media to state your name and the media house before you get into your questions. I recognize Dennis Chabral of Ghana.
Yes, Ken, good afternoon. Dennis Chabral from Demerara Waves in Guyana. I would like to know to what extent does the CARICOM Reparations Commission take some responsibility for the limited apology that's confined to the Suriname and to the existing Dutch dependencies in the Caribbean by not necessarily lobbying the other former colonial colonizers in the way that you have been aggressively pursuing Great Britain? And secondly, what role do you envisage CARICOM as an independent nation play in lobbying the Netherlands for going beyond the apology in the interests of not only the Dutch and former Dutch colonies in the Caribbean, but also countries like Guyana? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dennis Chabral from Demerara Waves. For this question, I will invite the chairman of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Brown, and of course, I'm appreciative of the significance of the question. As you heard from our presenters, this has been an ongoing dialogue with communications with all of the governments of Europe. Our colleagues in the Dutch-speaking Caribbean have been engaged in this conversation with the government of the Netherlands for some time. The Caribbean diaspora in the Netherlands have been very aggressive in promoting a civil society conversation in the Netherlands. Many of us on the CARICOM Commission have traveled to Amsterdam, to Rotterdam, to speak to civil society groups, to engage with provincial governments. So we have been on the ground in the Netherlands for many, many years. I know that my colleague, Professor Shepherd, has spent many of her global advocacy visits to Amsterdam and has worked with civil society there. So it is probably not true to say that we have not given the Netherlands system the kind of specific advocacy attention that we have given to Great Britain. So both the Commission members as well as civil society groups in Suriname and Guyana and the Antilles, Aruba, Curacao, and St. Martin, have been very focused on this conversation. So the advocacy has come from many dimensions, and we have been coordinating all of this. I'm not sure if you have seen the statement from the Prime Minister of St. Martin, a very clear statement. And civil society in St. Martin is, very dissatisfied with the nature of this development and how it has taken place. So we cannot take that kind of responsibility for the specific nature of the Prime Minister's statement. As I said, we commend him and his government for acceding to what we have been calling for, that they have taken this step. Other governments in Europe have resisted taking this step. The Netherlands has taken this step. And we hope that the Netherlands will become advocates in their own right in encouraging other European Union states to follow in this direction, because what we really need is a collective discourse about reparatory justice. I know that CARICOM has called for a summit, not of 1 or 2 or 3 countries, but all of the European countries, to come into a formal context of a major summit to look at this matter collectively. And that, of course, would be the ideal circumstance. So thank you. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. Back over to you, Mr. Morgan. If there are any more questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Brown. I want to invite Carol Hills to pose the next question to the panel.
Thank you very much. This has been really interesting. I work for a public radio program in the US called The World, and we've been following this issue. My question has to do with whether CARICOM has met, or whether representatives from Barbados or any of the Caribbean countries has met with the Richard Drax, the Drax family in Britain, the descendant of the Drax family who was so instrumental in creating the system of slavery and plantations. Because I read in the press that there is a conversation or a dialogue, and I wonder to what extent has there been a direct dialogue with Richard Drax, and to what degree has CARICOM discussed engaging with that family on reparations?
Okay, thank you very much, Carol Hills, for your question. Again, I will invite Professor Beckles to respond, and I think that Professor Vereen Shepherd may also want to bring in a bit of the Jamaica dimension on this issue, of the Drax issue. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Carol. As we move from conversations about states and governments and how we expect them to respond to these demands for development support through reparatory justice, from time to time, we have to deal with individual families as well as institutions like banks and insurance companies and all of those other organizations that extracted wealth through the criminality of enslavement. The Drax family is very special in this narrative. It is arguably the first family that extracted massive amount of wealth out of the origins of slavery in Barbados and in Jamaica, and continues to own estate property plantation that was built in the 1640s and still owned by the family today as a running plantation operation. There have been several engagements around the Drax family. Many people have participated in the constituency branch meetings of his own political base. He's a conservative member of the constituency in Dorset, and there have been many conversations in his constituency branch, in his constituency community, I should say, and that has become endemic within the British reparatory justice movement. The British people have been calling upon him to hand over that property that has a history of, drenched in blood, the Drax plantation in the St. George community of Barbados. I know that the government of Barbados has expressed its own views on this matter. I cannot say, Carol, whether the government of Barbados has had formal or informal conversations with Richard Drax, but I know that that is their intention. I know it is their plan, and it's their strategy to engage him as a property holder within the immorality discourse around plantation slavery. So those conversations are either going on or are about to be planned. I think that Mr. Drax obviously expect to have those conversations with the government and people of Barbados, and they expect to have them with him as soon as possible. So we will learn more about that in short time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Professor, excuse me, Professor Shepherd, would you like to add anything?
Yes, just a bit really. The first thing I would like to say is that the official position on this should come from the chair of the National Council on Reparation in Jamaica, and from our minister, Minister Olivia Grange. But what I can say as a historian is that the Drax family made the center of its empire in Jamaica the parish of St. Anne on the north coast, because Drax Hall was founded in Drax Hall Plantation in Jamaica was founded in 1669 by William Drax. He came from Barbados, where, of course, the family had established itself from earlier. And upon his death in 1691, the estate was passed to his son, Charles Drax. And that plantation passed out of the Drax family to the Beckford family and down to the Pink family in 1722. So, but up to that time, Charles Drax and his family benefited enormously because Draxall Plantation was far larger in acreage than the one in Barbados, had many more enslaved Africans and brutalized them. And when the plantation in Jamaica was probated in 1723, there were 307 enslaved Africans, 167 male, 140 female, and 120 children. And the total value of that plantation was over 8,000 pounds sterling at the time. So we're talking about a profitable plantation that brought wealth and power to this branch of the family. Charles Drax was a member of the assembly, and his racist ideologies would have infected and influenced political actions in the country. And he never freed any enslaved African until his death in his will. And we honor these ancestors, and also a hope that because of the profitability and the ways in which the profits help to enhance this political and social status and economic wealth of the Drax family down to the present members, that a reparatory justice conversation will also be held with us in Jamaica.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Shepherd, for amplifying on that issue. And we actually have a question from one of our social media sites, and it has to do with decolonization in the Netherlands Kingdom. So the question is, how can CARICOM facilitate the quest of the Dutch islands to shake the yoke of present-day colonialism? What could be the CRC's role in this? Professor Beckles, I don't know if perhaps you might want to offer a view.
I believe that any of my colleagues can opine on this matter, but we in the Caribbean have been committed to decolonization for centuries. We are at the tail end of decolonization. Most of the countries in the region have moved out of that colonial situation, but there remain sections of this colonial imperial world that we must not take for granted. The decolonization is not complete. The United Nations had established a committee to deal with this matter in the 50s and 60s, but that committee seemed to have lost its direction, if not its focus. And therefore, it is easy to argue that some of the inhabitants of these societies that are still colonies might not wish to move in independent circumstances. But therein lies the issue. If a people are so colonized, so deeply colonized, so oppressed in terms of their actual resources to education, to health, to the infrastructure of good community living, if you are so dependent upon the imperial power to make those resources available, and then you ask the question, do you want to continue to receive these resources from the imperial government, or do you want to be independent? The answer is sometimes not surprising, because people are kept in such an oppressed and dependent situation that it becomes difficult for them to contemplate the consequences of breaking away from that colonial scaffold. And this is why colonization is such a wicked and evil system, because it does not say to the people, we have colonized you, we have extracted your resources, we have dominated you psychologically, and yes, we want to give you independence, but within the independence process, which is our duty to support, we don't wish you to suffer a diminished standard of living or other related consequences. So the independence has to be associated with a development plan. It has to be associated with, at least for 20, 30 years, the persistence of certain benefits and certain injections of capital, so that the people are given a real choice. A choice that will not lead to anxiety and fear, but a choice that will be associated with sustainability, with development, so that the choice can be made in a positive way. And the Dutch government, like the British government and the French government, that have colonies in the Caribbean, have to break free of that approach to the discussion and give assurances to these people who have so long been held down and exploited. Give them assurances that with their independence will come sustainability, will come support, and will come development investments for a specified period of time until they are able to build their independence from a legacy of dependence. So that is how it has to be looked at. And this is why we have to say to the European colonial powers that still dominate Caribbean people, you have to commit to the liberation of these communities and associate that liberation with economic sustainability, which is your responsibility to assure after this long history of extraction and domination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Hilary. I will go back now to Mr. Morgan, if there are any questions from the media to be posed live.
Dr.
Yes,
Brown, could
indeed.
I add something quickly?
Sure, please, Professor Shepherd,
Just
go ahead.
to thank the chair for excellent elaboration and answer to that question. I just wanted to add another dimension. As you introduced me, I'm chair of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, one of the oldest treaty bodies of the United Nations. And I have been put in charge of talking with those in the colonies of the various countries under Article 15 of the International Convention, which deals with decolonization. So I've been in touch with the Committee on Decolonization, which has, I think, just got another 4 years to operate. And I've been, in that capacity, I've been holding dialogue with the colonies, some of them, especially in the Dutch colonies. And the UN recognizes 17 of the countries that are not decolonized. For some reason, the Dutch colonies fell off. The British overseas territories are still there, and some others. So we have been working, and many members of CARICOM have visited the Dutch colonies, spoken there about reparatory justice and decolonization, and we continue to do so. One trap we have, of course, is that many of these imperial powers are insisting that there must be a referendum, and there must be, in some cases, 2/3 majority for. But some countries are not given even that option. But I wanted to say that from where I sit at the UN, we continue to have this on our radar, but that my colleagues on the CRC and other reparation committees have been visiting, giving lectures, speaking within the Netherlands, that part of the kingdom, and within the Caribbean about this issue. And we issue statements to these countries when they come before the CERD and ask the questions and confront them with the NGO's views on what is happening on the ground in those countries. Thanks, Dr. Brown.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Shepherd. And thanks for the advocacy, really, in this area. So going back to Mr. Morgan, Kendall Morgan, do we have any journalists, press persons who would like to pose a question live?
Yes, we do. I'd like now to invite Jacinta Vigilance soon, and after her, Ivan Cairo.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're hearing you. Yes, we're hearing you.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Well, I had a few remarks concerning the speech of Mr. President Marco Rutte. It's remarkable that we noticed that indigenous peoples were not mentioned in the speech. Guyana is missing, was missing in the speech, and also the Maroons from Suriname. I think it's been due to the fact that in the process in the past 20, 30 years, there was no active involvement of these groups in this process, and from the Netherlands, because the initiative was taken by groups in the Netherlands, and I think that's one of the main things that we should take up now in the next steps. I found the speech of Minister President Rutte business-like. I didn't really. I mean, it was correct. It was correct. The facts were named, but I couldn't go too in the deep of it. You know, emotionally. But what is
Okay, I don't know if we have lost the person who was posing the question, but I think we heard
Oh,
a good
sorry.
part of it.
Oh,
Oh,
did you get
okay, you
lost with
dropped
me?
out for
Yeah,
a little.
sorry. Until what
Yes.
point you heard me?
Well, I think you were about to give your sort of personal view on Prime Minister Rutter's speech. But I think what we could
Yes,
do now is invite Mr. Zunda, Armand Zunda, to give a response to some of what you have said.
but wait, let me add a little bit more because what I said was that the speech was businesslike and the facts were named, but I really didn't feel emotionally during the speech. But what is important when we continue now is the mental recovery. Yeah, to work on the mental recovery of our.
Okay, your volume has gone a little down and you're a little muffled. Could you check your audio?
Okay, we have to work on the mental recovery, our
Okay.
mental recovery. Yeah.
Okay,
And on the
excellent.
unity, of our groups, we have to work on the unity.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are very pertinent points. Mr. Zunda, would you like to respond?
Well, yes, of course. The first remarks of Mrs. Vigelandszoon concerned the missing information on the indigenous people, the Guyana, and the Maroons. With reference to the indigenous people, that is quite right. But as I said before, that in the letter to the Parliament of the Netherlands, the Dutch government has included the indigenous people. So that is one. The second matter of the including Guyana, I must say that on the 13th of December, we were there, two representatives of the Reparations Commission of Suriname, talking to six different ministers of the Dutch cabinet, and we mentioned this matter. But I think that the hastiness in which this apology was prepared, and also the fact that, which I also mentioned, that it looked more or less like a one-way street. While in September, when we spoke with Mr. Rutte, we just suggested to him that a committee of Suriname and the Netherlands should prepare the text of the of the apology, and that is one. And when we were in Holland last week, we actually had the help of three lawyers in the CARICOM of the suggested by the CARICOM Reparations Committee to prepare a text on the apology, which was also passed to the Dutch government. So they had an example regarding that. Then Mrs. Vigilancia suggested that the Maroons were also missing in the text of the Dutch Prime Minister. I must say that that is not the case. When he talks about Africans, he talks about black people. And here in Suriname, actually, the black people are, even in the census, divided into four different type of people. But we think that when Mr. Rutte spoke about Africans, that he referred to all the descendants of the Africans. And then the matter of a business-like speech. We have not been involved in preparing the text of this statement of apology. Maybe then it would be more non-business-like, you could say. And regarding the mental recovery, I think that that is right. Actually, we will have to fight a strategic fight against mental slavery and give the people their rights back and the way of thinking that they had before. But that's a process. And regarding unity, this morning we spoke with people of the government, and I think that uh, they made it clear to us that the Reparation Commission of Suriname has to take the lead in this process, because they don't like the division and the fact that many groups or committees are suddenly arising. And we are discussing, really discussing the matter of taking the initiative and talk to all the organizations and committees that are popping up at the moment. I hope that I went into most of the questions that were raised by this lady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zunda. And I think it's important to say too that, you know, our national reparations committees are working with very limited resources, really with a big heart, and really with the kind of determination to do the kind of public education and to keep up the advocacy and to be in the vanguard of the movement in spite of the constraints. And in fact, that brings me to a question that I would love to direct to Mr. Eric Phillips, which has to do with the mobilizing of people and engaging more persons, building a broader reparations movement regionally and internationally. And the question has been raised, how do we, as interested academics, and I imagine other civil society actors, how do we get engaged in this process? I want to give my time and energy to this cause. So if you could speak a little to the kinds of partnerships and the kinds of stakeholder engagement that national committees are engaging with, and the way in which persons can show their support. Mr. Phillips, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. First of all, let me address it through the formation of the National Reparations Committees. These committees have African organizations, youth organizations, land advocates, lawyers, doctors, indigenous people. Those are all members of national committees. And through that process, we're hoping that locally in the specific countries, there is education. In Guyana, for example, we have 2 monthly TV programs. We celebrate every African holiday or national holiday with a theme based on reparations. So that's just within Guyana. And all national reparations committees are supposed to be involved in this, in engaging the government to educate the public and to advocate on behalf of their own country. Plus, they have to do terms of references, doing a corrective history in terms of whether it was the Dutch or the British or the French. So that's locally. Within the CARICOM Reparations Commission, we've been doing many other things. First, we've helped to spur other reparations committees. For example, North American Reparations Committee, we co-launched that with them several years back. So we're heavily engaged with what's going on in the States, HR 40, and we interact with them on a weekly basis. We have a link with Dr. Don Rojas, who is a member or consultant to CARICOM Reparations Commission and also a member of the North American Reparations Commission. We also have, in the past, engaged groups in the UK, in Africa, etc. Last year, there was an Africa-Caribbean Heads of State meeting. That is part of broadening the engagement. We had a meeting in September that's followed up with many other meetings concerning reparations because we need Africa to support us. We've also reached out to India and we've reached out to other Commonwealth countries to support us. Additionally, we've been reaching out to the traditional kings and queens. As you know, Africa has 3,000 kingdoms, or had 3,000 kingdoms, and speak 2,000 languages. Those kingdoms were destroyed. CARICOM has been involved recently with the IDO group. And so we've had kings and queens visiting Guyana, we've had kings and queens visiting Antigua, and very soon we'll have kings and queens visiting Jamaica as part of a process of healing. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles has been to Benin and Ghana, where he's had discussions with those types of folks. Locally, we've also expanded our reparations reach. We now have associate members, we have observer status, whereby individuals and groups can apply to CARICOM to become an observer group or to become a civil society group. We have a civil society forum. CARICOM Reparation Commission meets with different civil society groups, whether it's indigenous people, the Rastafari. We have all those engagements going. We're trying to form a global movement because reparations is a global issue. We have a huge diaspora in the UK, in the Caribbean, in North America. We even have groups in Europe. And we're engaging all of those groups in a cohesive manner to ensure that once we approach governments, we will have local backing, we'll have the strength and the advocacy of Africa and other countries to support this very important issue. So we look forward to suggestions from the public. If there's an individual who is a lawyer or politician or whoever, contact your local reparations committee, or you can write to Dr. Hilary Brown. She is the person who is the secretary of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. She will send you some criteria, and you can engage her, and you can be brought on as a group. We've just spoken with a group in the Netherlands. We had a 4-hour conference last Saturday, and many of the groups there would like to interface with CARICOM, and we plan to do just that through the process of writing to CARICOM. So thank you. That's some of the things we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Phillips, for that very comprehensive response. And just to say too that please keep in touch with us. Send us your contact information so that as we expand the Civil Society Forum, you can become a part of that and be part of many of the activities that Mr. Phillips just outlined. So I know we're running short on time, and I would love to be able to give all of our speakers a 1-minute wrap-up. So perhaps I know, Mr. Morgan, that you had indicated there had been one other person waiting to pose a question live. So if we could take that. And I don't know if we'll be able to squeeze in one other, but we really do need to move towards wrapping up now. I know we started a little behind time, so I'm allowing 5 or 10 minutes and then we close off. Okay, please go ahead.
Final question, Ivan Caro. You're muted, Ivan.
Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you. Please go ahead with your question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan Cairo from the Watertijd newspaper in Suriname. Several of the presenters have mentioned that the CARICOM Reparations Commission will engage the Dutch government to discuss a development agenda or implementation of a development agenda to address the impact of slavery until now, what it has on the economies and societies in the Caribbean. What I would like to know is how will the Commission actively engage the Dutch government, and is there a timetable how long this process could or should take? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. And I will invite Mr. Zunda to make some comments, and perhaps Professor Sir Hilary Beckles may also want to add to that. So Mr. Zunda, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. As a matter of fact, this process of engagement started already. It started almost immediately after the statement of apology, because Mr. Frank Weerwind and the Dutch ambassador, of course, were at a meeting, and we started to talk about the construction of a repair plan that has to be, let's say, constructed and then implemented, of course, with a timetable. But of course, we have to wait in the first place on the, you could say, the way the government of the country, because it was a prime minister of a sovereign other country would made a statement. So our government, in one way or the other, should make a reactive statement on that. And then both governments should agree, I think, on a committee. And from the perspective of the CARICOM, I must say that we are actually presenting the guidelines that are discussed in the CARICOM Reparation Commission. And the strategic guideline is the 10-point plan. So we also have to, you could say, deliberate what and how the steps should be done. What we have now are the contact data of many of the people in the Dutch government. And I must also say there's an other trajectory, and that trajectory is the trajectory of at least 17 cities in the Netherlands that have been involved in one way or the other in slavery in the colonial times. And here Guyana also should chip in, because most of these countries of these cities have also been involved in slavery in Guyana. So we're in the starting process to fill out the strategies after the comma that Mr. Rutte has indicated. And I think that maybe at the end of January, February, then we could have some more specific answers to the question Mr. Cairo raised.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Zundo. And Professor Sir Hilary, do you wish to add anything else? Or if not, we can go to the wrap-up.
Just to inform Mr. Cairo that the CARICOM Reparations Commission is an intergovernment Caribbean entity. So it has direct contact with the governments of Europe. Already, a letter appeared before Prime Minister Rutte over the hand of Prime Minister Fundel Stewart, who was the Prime Minister of Barbados at the time. And Prime Minister Rutte did respond to Prime Minister Stewart. Prime Minister Motley, current Prime Minister of Barbados, is the chairperson of the Prime Ministerial Committee that has oversight responsibility for this commission. And she is a very keen observer of the work we do. She is a leader in her own right in reparatory justice, and she has linked the need for reparatory justice to all of the debilitating events of recent years, such as climate change, public health pandemics, and all of these other matters. And she has been able to articulate these catastrophes within a narrative of reparatory justice. So you would expect, therefore, that this commission, through our prime ministerial leader, Prime Minister Motley, will be engaging with the government of the Netherlands and indeed with all of the other governments that have been historically a part of this process of enslavement and colonization.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sir Hilary. So we have come to the end of our media engagement for today. What we will commit to doing is to ensure that we provide email responses to some of the other questions and comments that came in that we were not able to address while online. And so what I will do now is invite each of our speakers to just give a 1-minute closing statement. I will begin with Mr. Eric Phillips, then I will go to Mr. Zundo, then I'll go to Professor Shepard, and then last to Professor Beckles. So, Mr. Phillips, please go ahead. Any parting thoughts that you would like to leave with our global media audience and our other stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. The apology is important. It's a portal. And I hope that the Dutch government, hand in hand with the diaspora and with CARICOM and CARICOM leaders, take the next bold step to walk through that portal and seek a repair program. This is how we will get justice, and this is how we will heal, both us who were enslaved and our descendants, as well as the Dutch people. It's a healing process. Reparatory justice is not just financial, and it must be, because the business of reparations is business, because the business of slavery was business, and the politics of slavery business. So we have to approach this from a moral point of view, but understand that it's underpinned by business. And I hope the Dutch government will move from apology to action, and that action is reparatory justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. I will now move to Mr. Zundo for your closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Brown. I would like to speak out a wish, and that wish is that the process of dialogue that starts now, and that the Dutch government considers that it's important to introduce a good two-way street dialogue in the process to come. The second thing is a big challenge. The challenge is that other European governments, that they start to look at the Dutch process and that they follow up, so that the global movement that has started from the CARICOM since 2013, that now it becomes a global dialogue between the CARICOM countries and the European countries who did the damage in the past, and that for the coming years that we can start repairing what went wrong in the past for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zunda. I will go now to Professor Vereen Shepard.
Very much, Chair. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm happy to see where we are, and I applaud all the reparation activists who have, in a sense, brought us to this stage. I commit to continue to be a part of this movement and to work with like-minded activists in all parts of the kingdom, working with my National Council on Reparation colleagues and colleagues in the CARICOM reparation movement, as well as all civil society actors. In fact, I thank civil society, all those in various parts of the kingdom who helped the Center for Reparation Research, which I direct, to gather information as I gave speeches around the parts of the kingdom, and also to conduct the research in the Center for Reparation Research. And finally, the journalist from Guyana asked us a pointed question about other participants in the trafficking and the Dutch, why some were excluded. Just to remind that in my paper, I did point out that the apology and reparation must extend to other parts of the Caribbean, not just Guyana, but more broadly, because the reach of the Dutch was wide in terms of capital, trafficking, technical know how in the sugar industry, which, by the way, they gave to enslavers in Barbados, including the Draxes. So, thanks to all those who joined, and we look forward to answering questions that may have come in the chat, but which are urgent for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Shepard. And now we go to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Well, the reparatory justice movement, which is the world's largest movement, civil society, is really a conversation between those communities that have been the victims of this crime against humanity, the largest crime against humanity in the modern world, and those who have been the beneficiaries of these crimes, mostly the governments and states, as well as the private sector organizations, banks, insurance companies, and other landowners and church and so on. So it is a conversation. But from the point of view of those of us within the historically victimized communities and those who are continuing to suffer the effects of colonization, it is for us a development vision. It's a development strategy. It's about upliftment. It's about investing in our communities to build wholesome and sustainable communities, to pay off the debt that is owed to these descendants who have provided centuries of free labor to these states. So it's a conversation of repair and balance. And from that point of view, each time a participant makes an intervention, there will be discursive consequences. And so the government of the Netherlands has made an important intervention that triggered this conversation, hopefully in a holistic way, so that we can move in the right direction, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. So it has been an important moment, and this conversation here today hopefully will move us into the second phase of the conversation between the government of the Netherlands and those communities around the world that have been the victims of the actions of the Dutch state and its institutional supporters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Beckles. So it remains only for me to again express a debt of gratitude to our speakers today. I would like to thank UATV for hosting this media engagement and for all the technical work that goes on behind to make it possible, and to thank the CARICOM Secretariat and the staff of communications led by Mr. Kendall Morgan, who have also been providing support, and to thank the media for coming out at such short notice to hear our response to the apology issued by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And finally, to say that this movement for us is about social justice, human rights, and about addressing one of the darkest chapters, in our view, in the history of the world, to address these crimes against humanity that were committed. And so again, I underscore the call made by all of our speakers for the countries of Europe to do as the Kingdom of the Netherlands has done and accept liability for their respective actions and to commit to repair. The conversation has only just begun. Reparations now. Thank you.
Good morning from Bridgetown, Barbados, and a very pleasant afternoon or evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Welcome to the annual news conference of the Caribbean Development Bank, or CDB. I am Camille Taylor, Head of Corporate Communications, and I will be moderating the proceedings. As our ongoing dialogue with the region continues, today we want to center the conversation on creating a better future for the Caribbean. The team that will represent the bank this morning includes our President, Dr. Hyginus Jean Leon, Mr. Isaac Solomon, Vice President of Operations, Mr. Daniel Best, the Director of Projects, Mr. Ian Durant, the Director of Economics, and Ms. Anne-Marie Warner, Deputy Director of Corporate Strategy. Now, our special invited guests, the members of the media, will have an opportunity to pose questions to this entire panel. However, to set the context for dialogue, we will have 3 presentations. First, President Leon will draw the roadmap to the best future by providing prescriptions for growth, resilience, and transformation. He will be followed by Vice President Solomon, who will outline how we are preparing our people, economies, and societies for the future. Then, Deputy Director Warner will give an overview of the effectiveness of CDB's key interventions and evaluate the region's progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, as she explores the necessity of targeting for a better future. So the first up to bat is our captain, President Leon.
Good morning to all our guests, especially the media joining us here today, both virtually and in person. After 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, 2022 brought a return to some semblance of normalcy. Collectively, Caribbean countries experienced an improvement in economic performance. But the combined impact of several years of consecutive shocks, as well as the prospect of a slowdown in the global economy and continued price pressures in 2023, threaten to derail our development trajectory. In this context, CDB continues to emphasize resilience as the primary ingredient for sustainable economies and societies. Key to achieving resilience is reducing our vulnerability to factors outside of our control, while employing the elements within our power to achieve our development objectives. Guided by this premise, I will outline several high-level recommendations for sparking growth, building resilience, and driving transformation. These propositions emanate from anchors that can be utilized to chart the course of our desired future, specifically access to finance, regional cooperation and integration, regional connectivity and transportation solutions, food sovereignty, climate action, energy security, and private sector engagement. I will start with the most essential element, finance. The onset of COVID amplified structural weaknesses in our economies and highlighted the extent of our financing need. We estimate that the region faced close to US $10 billion in gross financing needs in 2020, which is a measure of a country's overall fiscal position, plus any funds needed to repay existing debt. Moreover, the expenditures needed to address the vulnerabilities exposed by the pandemic and the resources required to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals suggest that the resource needs of the region are in fact much, much larger than the 10 billion I spoke of. Compared to the gross financing needs I just stated, the bank provided an average of $300 million for our borrowing member countries during 2018 to 2022, with gross financing needs likely remaining elevated through at least 2030. The mobilization of financing inflows therefore becomes critical to all that we do going forward. To meet the region's financing needs and address mounting fiscal pressures, CDB therefore recommends: 1, broadening regional financial systems to create financial markets that will facilitate intra- and inter-Caribbean flows of capital, geared towards mobilizing regional savings and driving a partnership with the private sector for financing our development. 2, strengthening public financial management and expenditure ecosystems to ensure transparency and accountability in government spending, and to improve linkages between government strategic plans and the allocation of resources. In that regard, CDB strongly supports increased results-based budgeting tied to the SDGs, with emphasis on the reform of the public sector's chart of accounts, medium-term integrated fiscal frameworks, and the implementation of an integrated financial management information system. Through these investments, countries can engage in more proactive budgeting processes and benefit from improved efficiency of spending. 3, advocating for a more equitable deployment of existing concessional resources, as well as providing a rationale for increasing financial resources at more concessional terms. And 4th, supporting the rechanneling of excess special drawing rights of advanced economies to enable the transforming and repositioning of the region's economies. Let me now turn to regional cooperation. Regional cooperation and integration are urgent and crucial for the region's post-pandemic recovery and overcoming our development challenges. The pandemic and the ongoing global energy and food crisis have underscored the limitations of countries working alone to effectively combat the impact of these shocks. CDB is committed to enhancing regional cooperation and deepening regional integration, and accordingly has determined that a core priority in promoting regional cooperation and integration will be the support for regional public goods. In 2022, the bank supported several regional priorities in transport, intra-regional trade, food security, agriculture, private sector development, climate action, and renewable energy. While we have made strides, there is more work to be done in these areas, as well as leapfrogging in other areas such as digitalization and innovation. Given the region's experience over the 2020 to 2022 period, now is the time for us to reimagine regional cooperation and integration and what this could mean for us as Caribbean citizens. I therefore call for a renewed commitment to advance the implementation of the CARICOM and Single Market Economy, CSME, thereby improving the lives of the region's citizens through 1, increasing market access for goods, services, and people, providing economies of scale, offering greater employment and business opportunities, and providing a platform for increased innovation and digitalization. If connectivity is the lifeblood for the development of modern economies, then transportation is a critical valve. Yet, intra-regional transport declined by as much as 50% between 2008 and 2018, a situation that I am sure you are all familiar with, and a situation that is now at a crisis level in the Eastern Caribbean, where the demise of Liat in 2020 meant a loss of airlift from an average of 500 weekly flights in 2019 to 50 flights in 2022. CDB therefore views dependable and cost-effective air transportation services as essential for the transformation of several of the region's economies. Consequently, to safeguard the region's future, governments need to take decisive and integrated action to reform the air transportation operating environment. These measures should include: 1, rationalizing the regulatory environment and addressing factors that contribute to the high cost of travel, as well as elements that hinder the seamless movement of people within the region. 2, promoting cooperation among regional airlines to reduce wasteful competition and improve inter-airline connectivity. And 3, forging a critical mass of collective will at the policy level. On to food. Another matter requiring urgent attention is how we meet food and nutrition needs. Recent global data from the United Nations indicates that the cost of a healthy diet is highest in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the Caribbean currently importing more than 80% of the food we consume. Food sovereignty must be a key collective objective. The major challenges facing the region's agricultural sector include low productivity, inconsistent output, high vulnerability to natural hazards, and the impacts of climate change. The result, as I'm sure you're all aware of, is low competitiveness, limited ability to respond to regional and international market demands, and heavy dependence on imports to meet food and nutrition needs. Therefore, to address this, we recommend: 1, investing in air and marine transport infrastructure and services to facilitate improved intra-regional trade and integration into global food markets. 2, designing and supporting the implementation of internationally recognized food safety standards to strengthen market linkages. And 3, increasing investment in appropriate and location-specific climate-smart agriculture processes and promoting agricultural insurance to reduce risks posed by climate change and natural hazard events. Climate. It is well known that the Caribbean is among the most climate vulnerable regions on the planet, and projections suggest our risks are likely to intensify in the coming decades. Climate-related hazards pose an ongoing threat to physical infrastructure, to current and future economic activity, and the capacity to deliver social services. Regrettably, the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, COP27, which was held last November in Egypt, yielded no firm commitments from major carbon emitters to accelerate their decarbonization efforts. This has major implications for the survival of our Caribbean economies. Similarly, little progress was made with the goal of the Glasgow Climate Pact adopted at COP26 to double adaptation finance from 2019 levels by 2025. Nevertheless, CDB welcomes the significant additional pledges that were made to the Adaptation Fund, and we acknowledge the progress made by developed countries toward the $100 billion annual climate finance goal, although this, which was targeted for 2020, is not likely to be met until maybe later this year, 2023 or 2024. The bank also applauds the significant progress in relation to the establishment of a new dedicated loss and damage fund for developing countries, the early implementation of which will be important for supporting efforts to achieve the SDGs. Since most of our regional economies face common climate-related threats, we need to act collectively. Collectively in urging developed countries to meet the existing $100 billion per year climate finance commitment, pressing for a new collective quantified goal on climate finance to address constraints such as difficulties accessing available funding, uncertainty and timing of funds, and insufficient levels of concessionality. And likewise, ensuring that climate change vulnerability is considered in determining how to deliver international financial assistance and debt relief to developing economies. CDB understands that these major changes will not happen overnight. Therefore, we must also utilize effectively the existing climate finance architecture. There are already resources available which Caribbean countries are still not fully exploiting. Since a key reason for this is scale, the region must work together under multi-country programmatic approaches to achieve economies of scale and to mobilize larger sums of climate finance. Additionally, available financing should be utilized and drive transformational changes. Despite efforts over the past 2 decades, CDB's BMCs still face a lack of energy security that is firmly rooted in an overdependence on imported fossil fuels, which accounts for almost 80% of electricity generation in the region. Electricity prices, however, across most BMCs remain among the highest in the world, averaging about 3 times the average prices in the United States. In 2022, when oil prices increased by an average of 50% compared to 2019 levels, the impact was felt by everyone, underscoring our collective need for a sustainable energy transition. In December 2022, CDB finalized an updated energy sector policy and strategy devised to expedite that energy transition within the region. To enable this shift, we devised the Accelerated Sustainable Energy and Resilience Transition Framework, better known as ASSERT, through which we will partner with the governments of our BMCs to, 1, support the establishment of legal and regulatory frameworks, policies, and programs that support renewable energy and energy efficiency. 2, explore fiscal regimes and other measures that will expand the engagement of local and regional private sector. And 3, focus research and development initiatives on renewable energy technologies more suited to the Caribbean environment. Significantly, most of the anchors that I have highlighted as pivotal for the growth and sustainability of the region will require the region's private sector to transition from bystanders to partners in the development space, from bystanders to partners in the development space. This transition requires a change in mindset to reimagine traditional public-private partnerships, PPPs, to partnerships for prosperity and profits. As such, the region's governments will need to create an enabling environment, 1, and invest in innovation such that public value propositions offer viable investment opportunities. We accept the expectation of private sector-led growth, but now we need to move beyond private sector-led growth to private sector-led development. In fact, pursuing growth, resilience, and transformation without a definitive role for the private sector is like playing football with some of our best strikers sitting on the bench. I think we know what happens when this occurs. We lose the game. Now, even as we lay plans to move the region's development agenda forward, we can anticipate that 2023 will bring its own challenges and surprises. However, I believe the best way to predict the future is to create it. While there is no silver bullet, the areas I have outlined can serve to advance our progress to a better future in the region. CDB stands ready to accelerate collaboration with its BMCs and other stakeholders in a partnership to propel the region forward. A partnership to propel the region forward. We have no choice. Time is running out. With that, I want to thank you for your attention, and I will now turn the podium to Isaac Solomon, Vice President of Operations. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Camille indicated earlier, in this presentation, I will provide an overview of the region's economic performance in 2022, along with some forecasts and highlights for 2023. In addition, I will report on the performance of CDB's projects in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we are united with our stakeholders in improving the environment and reducing poverty in the region. At the forefront of this imperative are our diverse constituents, some of whom are acutely affected by challenges limiting their potential. Focusing on our collective strengths, we continue to provide support to adequately prepare our societies for the future. In 2022, some pathways to this future were built through more than 65 CDB projects across our borrowing member countries, or BMCs, contingent policy advice, and also technical leadership in our interface with thousands in the field, despite the lingering presence of COVID-19. Notwithstanding, the Caribbean is now at a critical juncture. The impact of protracted shocks has compounded the region's socioeconomic challenges. Many have been pushed into poverty, and many long-held development gains have been eroded. In 2022, CDB provided much-needed assistance amid strained fiscal budgets and remained responsive to our BMC's demands for resources to strengthen and reposition economies for longer-term inclusive growth. Early optimism for a strengthening of the global economic rebound, which began in 2021, and an easing of COVID-19 legacy supply chain imbalances was dampened by the Russia-Ukraine war. Despite the emerging challenges, BMC economies continued to recover. Increased economic activity spurred through regional economic growth that averaged 10.3% in 2022 compared to 4.5% in 2021. Regional growth was largely underpinned by two things. One, increased energy production in Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, and higher international oil prices, which fueled much of the 20.6% economic growth in commodity exporting BMCs. In tourism-dependent countries, increases in extra-regional airlift resulted in a strong, though incomplete, recovery amid rising inflation that dampened domestic demand and moderated growth in key economic sectors. This outturn helped buoy economic growth of 4.6%, with increased government revenues and improved fiscal positions. The average primary surplus also improved slightly, from a deficit of 1.1% of GDP in 2021 to a surplus of 0.2%. The region's pace of debt accumulation slowed in 2022. This and higher nominal GDP placed debt ratios on a downward trajectory. Supply chain imbalances, high and persistent food and energy inflation, and rising cost of living, coupled with heightened concerns over food and energy security, are at the forefront of the development challenges. As the President stated, access to food remains a major concern. Food insecurity threatens our region, especially the poor, for whom food and fuel comprises a large share of their consumption basket. Governments cushion this impact, pivoting from significant pandemic-related fiscal stimuli and income support towards cost of living assistance. We welcome and support the initiative of the heads of government of CARICOM to reduce the estimated $5 billion regional food import bill by 25% in 2025. We also continue to invest in climate-resilient agriculture production and marketing systems in several BMCs. CDB is financing consultancy services to help devise urgent provisional measures to re-establish regular air transport services within the OECS and inform the establishment of a marine cargo service between Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, and Barbados. To reduce inflation, monetary authorities across all major economies concurrently rolled back accommodative monetary policy aimed at supporting the post-pandemic recovery. Similar disinflation policies were also deployed by central banks and monetary authorities in some BMCs as they grappled with the difficult policy trade-off of lowering inflation versus slowing the recovery. Now, 2022 was an extremely difficult year for the Haitian people, who continued to endure political instability and attendant insecurity. Of particular concern was gang-related violence, acute food and fuel shortages, price hikes, and continued negative impacts of natural hazard events and climate change. CDB stayed close to the situation and continues its efforts to meet Haiti's development needs. In addition to policy advice, our portfolio of interventions focus on education, climate-resilient agriculture, disaster, risk management, and climate resilience is ongoing through the Haiti Country Office. Turning to the labor market conditions, women's employment was especially affected during the pandemic. There were general improvements in 2022. Data where available shows increased employment levels for men and women, mirroring the lifting of COVID-19 restrictions and the reopening of key economic sectors. Unemployment among the region's youth is expected to remain elevated, underscoring that we must invest collectively in addressing this challenge. At the bank, we expanded support to improve the business climate among our BMCs, with a focus on the procedures to start a business. The intent is to enhance these processes and increase access to the formal economy for underserved groups such as women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The region was largely spared the brunt of catastrophic storm impacts in 2022, but there is a great need for resources if we are to meet our climate commitments under the Paris Agreement and make progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The bank successfully met its declared objective to be fully aligned with the agreement by December 2022. Alignment is important to contribute to reducing global greenhouse gases, promoting adaptation, and advocating for more climate finance resources as we play our part in addressing the global climate crisis. As we pursue economic recovery and strengthen resilience, if we do not make the right investments now, climate change impacts and the associated costs will mount. Looking ahead, for 2023, we project that despite facing multiple challenges, BMC's economic performance will continue to improve over the medium term. While cautiously optimistic about the near-term outlook and recognizing the uncertainty regarding the war in Ukraine, it is difficult to estimate growth with a large degree of certainty. CDB forecasts regional growth of 5.7% in 2023, anchored on the continued resuscitation of tourism arrivals and continued investments in the energy sector. This forecast, however, is subject to some downside risk, since most advanced economies are on track to register lower growth relative to 2022, increasing the likelihood of a global recession. When coupled with continued, albeit lower inflation, this slowdown in economic activity could trigger stagflation. The predicted economic growth should boost government revenues and aid in improving fiscal outturns. In addition, some BMCs have signaled intentions to intensify consolidation efforts in 2023 to get back in line with fiscal rules suspended during the pandemic period. Focus now needs to be on targeted social support to those most vulnerable to the cost of living crisis. However, a slower than expected economic recovery could delay implementation of economic and fiscal reforms and progress in fiscal consolidation. In 2023, the effects of tighter monetary policy in advanced economies in response to stubbornly high inflation will be felt within the region through higher interest rates on sovereign instruments, downward pressures on possibly both foreign direct investment and inward remittance flows. The second-round effects of such policies can adversely affect the region's ability to access adequate concessional development financing and to sustain progress towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. The ever-present risk associated with natural hazard events will continue to loom over the region. I've painted a picture of the 2022 landscape and what lies ahead. I will now share some more on some key aspects of CDB's response and where we think our full attention as a region is needed. As we continue to help BMCs meet the SDGs, working closely with communities, countries, and development partners, CDB was able to make a number of development achievements that moved us closer to the SDGs. In 2022, approved grants and loans total $158.1 million United States dollars, 15% over the previous year. Disbursements total $292.5 million United States dollars. We also made strides in key projects in Suriname, Guyana, the Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Belize. Beyond 2021, we were able to play a major catalytic role in increasing trade and related economic opportunities through the EPA and CSME standby facility for capacity building. In addition, we continue to strengthen social sector infrastructure in communities through the Basic Needs Trust Fund BNTF program. CDB remains at the forefront of the regional effort to accelerate recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. We have supported programs for health, social resilience, and learning continuity in the OECS. As of December 31st, 2022, CDB approved 9 projects and disbursed 25 million United States dollars under the 50 million Global Loan Program. CDB, in partnership with the CARICOM Secretariat and the OECS Commission, developed the Let's Reap program to provide schools in BMCs with a roadmap to address the pandemic-related learning gaps and increase inclusion. The bank approved 570,000 United States dollars to provide certification training for 3,000 teachers. An additional 12,000 teachers are to be certified, and approximately 1.2 million boys and girls stand to benefit from this investment. We also advanced special education training for 75 teachers in St. Lucia to help cater more effectively to varied student needs and improve the quality of education. New partnerships have also been forged, with CDB signing a financing agreement for a soft loan of 50 million United States dollars with the government of the Italian Republic for a program to support sustainable development projects in the CARICOM community countries. Interventions are also underway to increase climate resilience, trade, and agriculture. Of note are the 14 million euros from the European Union to implement the Caribbean Action for Resilience Enhancement Care program. In concluding, CDB and its BMCs take a holistic view of resilience building and development. Hence, our development activities are designed to be responsive to pressing socioeconomic and environmental issues, to create and seize opportunities for increased resilience and sustainable development, and to drive success in vital areas in 2023 and beyond. BMCs must consider redoubling efforts to address the structural drivers of vulnerability, crime, and poverty, and to build the necessary resilience to enhance economic growth prospects and grow sustainably. We strongly believe that in addition to pursuing the previously mentioned priorities, the following must be key drivers towards the achievement of more holistic development that is gender responsive and has lasting solutions and impacts. One, for financial resilience, we commit to supporting comprehensive debt management strategies, public financial management, and promoting access to adequate and affordable financing. Two, for social resilience, promoting gender equality, women's reintegration into the workforce, and the prevention of discrimination, sexual and gender-based violence, and in addition, strengthening social protection systems, such as unemployment insurance. Three, for building production resilience, promoting a private sector ecosystem that has innovation, diversification, financial inclusion of the most vulnerable, and MSME development as a way of reducing poverty at its core. This includes enhancing economic infrastructure, such as investing in significant water projects. Four, for greater institutional resilience, key priority actions in strengthening governance capacity to deliver through implementation of cross-sectoral policies and programs, and to avert and manage crisis, protecting the poorest in societies. Five, revolutionizing digital infrastructure and technical proficiency at all stages of life, promoting good governance, improving evidence-based decision-making, and mainstreaming the building of environmental sustainability and climate change as cross-cutting areas. This is an ambitious undertaking which must be appropriately resourced and financed comprehensively and expeditiously. Governments must move with haste. The bank is a willing partner seeking new avenues and partnerships to fund the region's growth and development. While more capital is required, much more work also lies ahead. The bank continues its pursuit zealously, recognizing that we have and will always consider the impact of our inputs on the lives of those evident behind the numbers. I thank you, and I now hand over to my colleague Anne-Marie Warner, Deputy Director of Corporate Strategy, who will present the Development Review and Forecast.
Thank you, VPO. Ladies and gentlemen, our president set the context in charting the roadmap to a better future. The vice president outlined actions necessary to reach the desired destination. And now I will discuss the distance to the finish line. Specifically, I will provide an overview of the region's performance in its quest to attain the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, more commonly known as the SDGs. I'll also summarize how CDB is helping its BMCs to meet the SDGs, the challenges our countries face in pursuing their sustainable development agendas, and the reforms that are necessary between now and 2030 to ensure that we get as close as possible to our targets. Now, the SDGs, agreed in 2015, are a critical element of the framework on which CDB's resilience-building efforts are anchored. These goals represent an agreed path or blueprint for people-centered development to ensure that our economies develop in a manner that is sustainable, inclusive, and equitable, and where ultimately no one is left behind. 11 of CDB's 19 BMCs have aligned their national development plans with the SDGs, including setting measurable targets. For example, Jamaica has aligned its national and sector strategies with the SDGs and has identified 115 SDG targets as applicable to its reality. In Trinidad and Tobago, the SDGs are instituted as anchors under the national development themes in its 2030 national vision, such that reforms enacted to achieve the relevant themes would redound to commitments under the 2030 agenda. So how have we been progressing on the SDGs? In general, as a region, we were making some progress up until 2019. However, the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent economic contractions caused the distance to these targets to widen. And unfortunately, it has been the poorest and most vulnerable among us who have been the most affected. This underscores the urgency of getting back on track, because tracking and monitoring the SDGs is not an academic exercise. As the VPO stated, behind these numbers are people, families, and communities. Not surprisingly, the main SDGs negatively impacted by the economic dislocation of the last 3 years were SDG 1, no poverty, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. But what else has the data revealed in the region's march towards the SDGs? On the positive side, although there is room for improvement, BMCs are showing relatively good performance in relation to Goal 4, quality education, Goal 12, responsible consumption and production, and Goal 13, climate action. Slow but steady progress is being made in relation to Goal 6, clean water and sanitation, Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, and Goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. However, the SDGs, such as Goals 14, life below water, 15, life on land, and 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, are almost universally under threat of underachievement. So how has the bank been contributing to the region's attainment of the SDGs? And what does our reporting on development results tell us about the anticipated impact on people's lives? Every year, CDB produces the Development Effectiveness Review, or the DER, a comprehensive report on results achieved through interventions financed by the bank in our 19 BMCs. The DER assesses development trends, progress, and challenges encountered during the project cycle. while evaluating the results of CDB's interventions against objectives outlined in our strategic plan. The results indicate that CDB's interventions are having positive effects, and we are trending towards strategic plan targets in the areas of education and training, agriculture and rural development, community infrastructure, citizen security, economic infrastructure, private sector development, and environmental sustainability. But what do these indicators really mean for Caribbean lives? In the area of education, it means that more of our young people are better prepared for the labor market and have enhanced earning potential. Approximately 92,000 students, of whom about 44,500 were female, benefited from improved classroom conditions, enhanced teacher competence, and access to loan financing. And over 2,000 teachers, 75% of whom were female, were trained. As the region's most valuable asset, our youth need to be engaged as valued partners in development and safeguarded against violence and exploitation. Against this background, since the start of 2020, over 1,700 young persons, of whom about 800 are female, have benefited from youth at-risk programs that provided life skills and training to improve employability prospects and provided outlets for recreation and creative expression. Under the rubric of agricultural productivity and food security, we have made progress in supporting the region's efforts to ensure that we grow and produce more food of our own. Over 3,200 stakeholders, most of whom are female, have been trained in improved production technology, and over 7,100 persons have benefited from improved agriculture, land management, and climate-smart agricultural practices. Access to a safe, reliable, and efficient water supply is a necessity for the health and economic well-being of our people. We have been able to provide nearly 57,000 households with access to improved sanitation and running water. Additionally, getting to work and school and conducting business has been made easier for 234,000 more people who now have access to resilient roads and other infrastructure funded by CDB. Between 2020 and 2021, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when small businesses were facing tremendous economic pressure, $9 million in credit was made available to support over 100 micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs. In addition, nearly 2,000 MSMEs benefited from targeted technical assistance in areas such as general management and business development, digitalization and technology application, market access, youth entrepreneurship, and institutional strengthening. Regarding environmental sustainability, since 2020, CDB has provided 2.3 megawatts of renewable energy, RE, generation capacity. However, to achieve CARICOM's ambitious RE targets, the region would need to install over 300 megawatts of RE capacity every year. Therefore, going forward and in collaboration with the private sector, we will ramp up our investment in this space. Notably, since 2020, 57.3 gigawatt hours of energy savings have been realized as a result of our energy efficiency interventions, and our support for RE and for energy efficiency have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by over 28,000 tons of carbon dioxide. While there has been some progress on the SDGs, and the bank has been making a contribution to these positive development outcomes, there is still a long way to go if the targets are to be met. So what further actions should be taken? As the President has indicated, the region's financing needs are enormous, much more than CDB alone can provide. Therefore, there is a need to crowd in resources, and in particular, concessional resources, to help BMCs meet their gross financing needs and achieve their SDG targets. Our Vice President Operations already noted some recent agreements in this area. But since 2020, we have been able to attract over $550 million from donors and our contributors to advance regional development. and we will continue to seek out other sources of financing to support the improvement of social and economic conditions and enhance the quality of life of Caribbean people. To advance the pace towards the SDGs, countries will also need to strengthen their institutional capacity to implement policies and projects in a more timely manner so that results can be delivered faster to the people. The bank is in the process of crafting assistance to support the region in this regard. The first and critical component of this process is diagnosis. And during 2023, the bank will conduct an assessment to determine those binding constraints that hinder BMC's implementation efforts. From that assessment, a program of reforms will be crafted. Still focusing on actions to be taken, we believe that in order to improve targeting and the tracking of SDGs, the region must focus on the production of timely, relevant, and frequent statistics and undertake more discovery and diagnosis and transformation of available knowledge. We need to be able to produce metrics that allow us to monitor progress, make comparisons with other countries, and attribute outcomes to sources of finance. Simply put, we must measure better to target better. Our recent efforts in this regard have seen us providing support through CARICOM for national housing and population census activities. CDB is also focusing on improving the evidence base needed for regional development through a series of enhanced country poverty assessments with members of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and other countries such as Belize. These assessments will provide an accurate and up-to-date picture of the poverty situation in BMCs, which will help policymakers to more effectively target the most vulnerable. Ultimately, it is clear that as a region, we have much to do to achieve our SDG targets. Our progress was interrupted by the pandemic, and even now, global events such as the war in Ukraine are limiting economic recovery. This means that BMCs will need to prioritize meeting their SDG targets when using the resources available. However, this will require good quality data to inform policy choices, support effective implementation, and facilitate accurate monitoring and evaluation. CDB will support the BMCs in carrying out these activities effectively, consistent with its drive to promote better and targeted development decisions. To conclude, CDB will continue to work with the BMCs in pursuit of their SDG targets by seeking to crowd in further concessional resources, by supporting improvements in project implementation, and by providing sound, evidence-based policy advice. These will complement the BMC actions recommended by the President and the VPO, such as improving public financial management, enhancing food security and trade, and improving the business environment so that the private sector can play a greater role. Unreservedly, CDB's focus remains on facilitating sustainable development throughout the region to ensure thriving economies, stable societies, and living conditions that enable our people to achieve their full potential. Our journey to a better future continues at an accelerated pace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. For the question and answer segment, we're asking members of the media, whether you're joining us in person or online, to please raise your physical or virtual hand and wait to be acknowledged. If you're online, please unmute rather, and you can turn on your camera if you wish and pose your questions. Online participants can also drop their questions in the chat, and I will ask them on your behalf. Now, the floor is open, but I have to tell you, our colleagues in the virtual space have been very quick out of the block, so we're going to throw it into Cyberland first. And David Jordan of Caribbean News Global, you have the opportunity to pose the first question. David? So I guess we'll just move to the room first, and then we'll go back online once we have that up and running. And first out of the blocks is Tamika. Tamika, please go ahead.
Tamika Garnett from the Guyana Chronicle. For my first question, I would like, last year the CARICOM established the 25 by 25 to move towards better food security. Can the CDB say a little bit about what their role is in 25 by 25? How important a role does the bank expect to play? What has the bank done so far, if anything, in terms of engaging with CARICOM for how they can play their role? And if anything is planned for 2023 and beyond? And does the bank feel that the paces which we're moving with 25 by 25 is enough? I hope that wasn't too much. That's my starting question. I
think
have another
that's
afterwards.
Daniel, our Director of Projects.
Thank you so much for the question, Tamika. So we welcome the initiative by the CPSO and heads of government to reduce the food import bill by 25% by 2025. And I'm actually pleased to announce that we are partnering with CARICOM. We've launched a technical assistance study looking at regional maritime cargo transport between Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Grenada, focused on the movement of agricultural produce, recognizing that we have within our region the capacity to supply our food import needs. But I would hasten to add that food, well, I was going to say sustainability, but as the president introduced the term, food sovereignty extends actually beyond the 25 by 25. And it really needs to be underpinned by climate smart agriculture, by capacity training to our farmers, to our producers. And what have we been doing in that? So there are a few initiatives I'd like to touch on, which I think you'd see frame the 25 by 25 picture a little bit better. In Grenada and St. Lucia, for instance, we're seeking to improve supply chain for intra-Caribbean agri-trade by providing technical assistance to the developers, the players within that space. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we're providing certification for livestock production and trade, again, to our farmers. And there's also technical assistance in St. Lucia for the export of fresh produce. So how does this all tie together? I want to bring the example of what we're doing in Essex Valley in Jamaica and the Southern Players Agricultural Development Project in Jamaica, where we are providing, through the UK Caribbean Infrastructure Partnership Fund, 700 hectares of land are being outfitted with modern irrigation systems, drainage facilities, and 700 farmers, including, of course, women and the youth, are benefiting from this new improved agricultural, what would have been arable land, to develop their crops. It also goes beyond this, in that there is the need to provide international food certification standards, training to farmers, but also pack house facilities such that our farmers can access international and domestic markets, reaching the requisite quality standards. So again, within our EPA CSME standby facility, we've done quite a bit of work in improving quality standards, supporting our institutions that treat with quality, but also dealing with sanitary and phytosanitary conditions. So it is a wraparound approach to development within the agri-space to ensure that our region can supply its food import needs, or its food needs rather, and as such, we perhaps would not have encountered some of the challenges we faced during the pandemic, recognizing that we can meet the quality of food delivery within our own member countries.
I have a follow-up question to that. Sure. Now, we see a lot being done to assist from the side of the getting the production up, but we have acknowledged that a big challenge with achieving our food security is getting our own people now to adopt eating our, consuming our own, which wherein that needs a whole cultural change, because as we can see, the Caribbean consumes 80% of its food supply from overseas. So will there be any role of the CDB in helping the countries now to work towards that cultural change, that mindset change of our people, particularly where it comes to the tourism sector? I think Prime Minister Mia Mottley had mentioned that last year at a conference when she said a lot of the tourists coming in are also depending on the international products. So how do we go about, and what role will the CDB play in getting the Caribbean now to move towards accepting what we produce as what we will consume?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the follow-up, Tamika. So it's an ecosystem approach to agri-development, and you're quite right. What you're speaking to is, as you said, a mindset change. So as part of our projects, what we're seeking to do is to support our countries, support our business, support our organizations, support our MSMEs in driving that message of the quality of locally produced agri products. But the quality needs to be there first. Persons need to know that the food produced in Guyana, in Suriname, in Barbados, wherever, is of an international quality. And so we first started, that is what undergirds the entire ecosystem. The other point I would make, of course, is that our agricultural sector development policy and strategy speaks to the value chain approach to agri-development. So of course, on one end, we have our small farmers, our bona fide farmers, the larger farmers, but we also have the end purchasers, the large corporations within our region. And we have the stakeholders, such as us, the consumers. So we have treated with the entire value chain and designed initiatives to touch each point on that value chain. And of course, a big part of that would be public awareness and building confidence in what we produce in our region. I think that is what will drive the cultural shift when we start to accept that we are producing food of a quality that is accepted anywhere internationally.
If permit, I have one more question before we
Absolutely.
move around the room. I'm moving from the
Forget about that.
the 25 by 25. Mr. Isaac spoke about the impact, what the CDB is doing in Haiti. Can we get some specific about what impact the CDB interventions are having? We are seeing the countries continuing to have issues more and more. Can the CDB speak on the impact and what achievements those interventions are making in the country?
Okay, so thank you, Tamita, for the question. So as I said in the presentation, Haiti is of real concern to us. We recognize that given what is happening in Haiti, that a political solution is absolutely necessary for us to move the development needle in a way that we'd want to. And so that we need to call out early. But our interventions in Haiti, fortunately, are not affected to any large degree by the gang violence that is taking place now, simply because where our interventions are and where the gang violence is taking place, they're in different parts of Haiti. So our development agenda is proceeding. I have to acknowledge, though, that with the continued violence and the longer we take to bring Haiti to some state of stability, not only CDB, but all of our development partners will have challenges intervening in Haiti in the way that we'd want to. It is not the ideal conditions we'd want to be working in, but at least for the moment, our interventions are ongoing. Daniel can speak to some of the specific projects we have.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the question, Tamika. I think the main interventions that we are focused on would be in the TVET space, where we have been able to complete 4 technical and vocational educational training centers, which significantly impacted the human capital development efforts within Haiti. Another one that we are actively developing is mini-grid systems within some of the rural sections of Haiti, recognizing, of course, that energy, well, we spoke to energy security here, but the problem is perhaps sharpest within the Haitian environment. And if we could take sections of the populace off of the grid and rely on renewable energy sources, we would go a long way into supporting the energy security efforts. The other one, of course, is our Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund, or CIF Haiti. Again, we know about the wider regional CIF program, but we designed one specifically for Haiti, which sought to mine some of the creative talents within the space, providing them with opportunities to develop their projects, the creatives, but also providing them with financial training, literacy, and also how CIF grantees treat with creatives. I think many times we see the challenges within our region of creatives attempting to do business, attempting to write proposals and falling short. And so what we have sought to do within Haiti is to provide the creatives with the necessary capacity training, not only to develop their projects, but also to be able to access resources such that they can operate at a scale to provide for their families and build livelihoods within the creative space. So that's another area that we are particularly proud of within the Haitian environment. And then I touched on TVET, of course, but in total, there's approximately 15,000 students that will benefit from our education programs in Haiti. And how we treat it with that is not just in terms of curricular development, but also the wraparound services in terms of providing nutrition support for many of the students who really require this level of support, and for the parents and children, parents and guardians of these children to ensure that they receive quality education, both in terms of in the school environment, but also when they are at home as well. So this, I think, is a broad picture of what we've been doing.
So Daniel, allow me to put some more color on the renewable energy intervention you spoke about. The mini-grid intervention, I don't think is something that we should really lose sight of in terms of the impact. If there is any one country in the region where we can say there is energy poverty, it is in Haiti, because a significant population, portion of the population do not have access to even regular fossil fuel generated energy. And if you're close to the violence that is taking place there, part of it was around the high price of energy. So I think the intervention ticks a lot of boxes from a development standpoint.
Yeah, and finally, of course, the payment of the CRIF premium, the Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility. CDB has supported Haiti in past years with payment of the premium on that insurance facility, which came in very handy, as we know, a few years back when they received quite a massive payment, a payout with the passage of an adverse weather event. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we're going to go to one of our virtual participants now, and this is the veteran Earl Bousquet of The Voice newspaper in St. Lucia. Earl, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. And glad to have been given the opportunity to participate today. What I would also like to do is to ask two questions. One, we've heard about the impact of Guyana's oil resources and its growth projections on improving the growth projections of the wider CARICOM region and also within the wider Latin American region. But I've also asked myself, do we really understand or fully appreciate, and perhaps you could help those of us who can, the extent to which the application of Guyana's growth figures, which are domestic, to a regional and Latin American and Caribbean level, to what extent does that help the non-oil producing territories whose growth prospects would have been different and lower had it not been for Guyana's growth figures? So the impact of Guyana's growth figures on the prospects for non-oil producing CARICOM countries is the first question. The second has to do with, again, energy security. As we all know, Guyana has been the underreported story across CARICOM for the past 2 years insofar as the returns on investments in oil and gas, and quite a lot is happening there. Guyana also is hosting an annual energy conference in February, in which domestic, Suriname, and international partners participate. And I was wondering the extent to which the CDB is part of this conference, and within the context of the search for alternative energy resources. I wanted to ask whether the CDB's approach is to go with projects that are proposed at domestic levels, but to what extent are we looking at region-wide approaches to energy security in terms of harvesting our sun, our wind, our water, our rain, our waves? Other countries, developing countries in the world, have found innovative ways to put these resources that cross barriers and airspaces. If we are talking about a common regional approach to energy security, is there any program that looks at recommending the sort of regional approaches that will look at harnessing those wider resources, like I said, sun, wind, water, rain, and of course, our waves? Thank you.
So, Ian, I think you'll take the first question, and then Daniel, we will throw it to you for the energy security question. And of course, the rest of the panelists can add color, as you would say, VP. Ian, over to you, please.
Okay. All right, thanks for the question. So the growth rate, the estimated growth rate for Guyana in 2022 is 62.3%, and we are projecting a growth rate of 21.2% for 2023. Now, Guyana is a very important borrowing member country and a very important part of the region. As Guyana becomes more prosperous, and as trading links among the borrowing member countries are strengthened, and of course this has been the stated intention of the heads of government, not only within the whole food security space, but also even broader than that. Obviously, there's going to be the effect of Guyana and the prosperity that occurs in Guyana as a result of oil lifting all of the other countries. So there's a symbiotic relationship that results from high growth in any one BMC and the impact that that has on other BMCs. But the critical thing is to strengthen those trading linkages so that you know, the wealth is spread, if you like.
Okay, so thanks for the question. The first off, as it relates to the conference in Guyana, yes, we will be in attendance, and obviously, as you quite rightly mentioned, to engage with the key stakeholders there. Now, in terms of a regional approach to energy security, I'm quite pleased to advise that through the Green Climate Fund and CDB being accredited to the Green Climate Fund, we have been able to develop a program entitled the Integrated Utility Services program, through which we are partnering with utilities in the region. We've started with 4 countries in the region to provide the initial capital outlay to homeowners and small businesses for solar PV, for distributed energy sources, specifically solar PV. And what is innovative about this approach is that it affords homeowners who initially may not have been able to or been able to afford the capital outlay for a solar PV system. But with the utilities accessing these concessional resources from CDB, they can now purchase these distributed energy sources and pay for it through the existing bills that they receive from utilities. So it's a bill pay type arrangement. And at the end of course, you know, the requisite period, they would now own the distributed energy system. We're also partnering, and this is in partnership, of course, with the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, or CICRE. We're also partnering with CICRE in developing integrated resource resilience plans for our board member countries, recognizing again that there needs to be a holistic approach to energy security. It cannot be ad hoc, and many of our countries, many of our governments, administrations, we're quite pleased to say, are locked in to this type of approach. So we're working with CARICOM through the organ that is CICRE to develop integrated resource resilience plans. Finally, I would, you know, at the risk of perhaps sounding a bit heretic, we are seeking to explore how hydrocarbon benefits can support sustainable energy. And in touching on this, and is anchored in our new energy policy, which was approved at the end of December last year, really that linkage is seeking to develop products such as green hydrogen, utilizing the energy that is produced from hydrocarbons and sources to develop green energy, and more particularly green hydrogen. We believe that we have within the region the source, whether it's hydrocarbon or renewable energy sources, and demand, as if we were to look at the Trinidad ammonia industry, for instance, to really be the center of the universe for the development of green hydrogen globally. So this is something that is anchored within our energy sector policy and strategy, and something we will be working in tandem with our governments to see how we develop this, again, holistic approach to energy security.
Okay. President?
Yes, Earl, I'd like to add a couple of points. The first is to make the distinction that growth as a measure of activity must never lose sight of the development goal that we are interested in. So when we zero in on saying that Guyana's growth, is it showing in a biased way the importance of the regional number that we are talking about and what happens to the rest of the region? I think we should always keep in mind that that is always a facilitator. It's a facilitator because if Guyana grows, the question we should be asking is, how do we forge, one of the points I raised in my introduction, regional cooperation and collaboration so that the dividend of that growth now generates and provides opportunities for development outcomes. And so even the follow-up question about projects, we need to rethink what we mean by projects, because projects are far too discretized as a beginning and an end, a success, a failure, a partial success. The development we are talking about requires projects to be linked over time, requires projects to be linked horizontally at a point in time across different dimensions of development. So when we talk a holistic approach to development, We always have to keep that in mind. Let's look at outcomes temporally, outcomes of the end goal, and how we get there by stringing horizontally, vertically, across time, so that we get a genuine sense of what's happening now and how it is benefiting the region. But it underscores, and again, the points that Daniel made, underscores the need for regional cooperation. And not regional cooperation now. What do we need to do to strengthen, to make more effective the means of cooperation that we can all benefit from, the activity, the growth elements we are seeing in any place in the region at any point in time?
Daniel, you
No,
want to put
just
a full
a
stop
very,
on the
very
discussion?
minor point, because I don't want it to be headlines. I wasn't saying that hydrocarbon sources should be used to generate green energy. We know that's gray energy. I'm talking about the benefits from hydrocarbon development, the funding used to move into creation of green hydrogen. Just a fine point. Thanks.
And we note the clarification. Yeah. Thank you very much. Javon.
Good morning, everyone. Javon Keys, Radio and Television Jamaica. So my question, well, I have a few questions, but I'll start with three briefly. An extension to what you've said so far, Dr. Leon. I mean, in your presentation, you had a number of calls to action, including that of the revival of the CSME. I wanted to find out from you, what would that revival look like? And do you think that the CSME in its current framework is applicable now? And if not, what would those changes need to look like to ensure that it fits the current needs? So that's my first. My second is looking at external trade relations, and I know the CDBU in particular has spoken about the fact that the global trade relations and their frameworks need to change to have us as a region better be able to benefit from those relations. So could you speak a little bit more to what those frameworks would look like? And my final question for now is to Ian regarding the gross financing needs. Could you provide a breakdown possibly of that $10 billion throughout the borrowing member countries?
See if I can start, Javon. The CSME, if we can think of it as a dream, had a specific outcome in mind, which was that not only would goods be able to move freely, be able to be produced at various points, but the activity, the generation, the sourcing, the origination of the ideas, the finance, the investment would make it such that we could see a seamless set of activity, and hence the moniker single market. Now, why is it that we are not there? Is probably three-pronged. There's a political policy, there's a activity at the level of institutions, let's say private sector, and then there's a people level, is partly linked to the point Tamika was making. How do we get to accepting what is within the space? All three things need to come together to allow you to genuinely say what will be produced is desired, there's a demand, there's an acceptance, there's a quality, there's a control, and it can be moved, it can be transported, it can be sold in a sense that makes it whole. And the points we've made, one on cooperation, two on a regional psyche of what is ours and how we control it, the sovereignty element we talked about, the financing from a regional space, opening up the capital markets to allow you to be able to undertake those, the partnerships between the public and the private sector we talked about, the partnership for prosperity and profits, and how do we live a dream of what the region looks like providing all with sustainable livelihoods over time, which is equitable, peaceful, secure, that you want to be able to live here, defines that dream of a CSME. So even if I am calling for a renewed commitment, I'm really saying all the things that I'm saying we need to do are already embedded in that CSME dream. So it is a call for action to re-engineer, reimagine development as we understand it in the region and what we need to do to actually get there. And I think if we do that, the CSME dream becomes totally alive.
And on the point of external trade?
The point on external trade, I think we spoke about this previously. It is, again, we need to reimagine what trade looks like. Trade in goods, trade in services, trade across, whether you want to call it south-south, north-south, circular. And what's the foundation of that? And the foundation of that, we believe, can be anchored on what I've called knowledge creation products. Because this is the one area the region does not have a comparative disadvantage in. And if we can mobilize that through the appropriate mechanisms, whether it be on intellectual property rights, in focus on the creative industries, on the ability to harness services that we can produce, and ensuring that at the global level, those are accepted, they are integrated within the trade infrastructures that exist, and we can do it in a way that satisfies the norms of markets and the norms of protocols of various agencies, then we have an opportunity to crack and break these trade barriers that we are facing now.
And Ian for GFN.
Right. So first of all, let me reiterate the definition of GFN. It's basically the sum of what is created as a result of the overall deficits that countries run as far as their operations are concerned, and then what is required for amortization. Now, the 10 billion to which reference was made is pretty much half and half. And that is largely because, as a result of the pandemic, what we saw is an increase in or deterioration in overall balances, which meant that the overall balance component of the gross financing needs increased. Just to say that prior to the onset of the pandemic, those overall balances, those overall deficits on average were declining or improving, or however you want to put it, largely because countries were focusing on streamlining operations and basically trying to keep debt sustainability in view. The pandemic caused a peak, which generated the 10 billion. But what we are seeing, as far as the future is concerned, is a continued commitment to improving fiscal performance, so that over time, that overall deficit component of the gross financing needs are projected to decline. Now, of course, the amortization component is a little bit more stable. Those are contractual relationships based on past debt. So that's how that's what we're talking about as it relates to GFN, and I've also given you a flavor of how it evolves. Now, having said all that, these estimates are based on the existing policy frameworks of governments currently, articulated policy frameworks, what they said they intend to do. But we recognize, of course, and we've said it on many occasions, that if we are going to hit the SDGs by 2030, really we need to increase expenditure. And of course, increasing expenditure has to be properly immersed within the whole notion of maintaining a focus on debt sustainability. But of course, hitting the SDGs has a number of development impacts and delivers, dividends inclusive of generating growth, which is the denominator in your debt sustainability analysis. So there's a sort of a fine line that has to be walked in terms of, as we see it, increasing capital expenditures to make sure you hit those SDGs, but basically keeping an eye on debt sustainability. And that requires, and we've also been saying this frequently, increasing access to extremely concessional resources, the optimal of which would be grant resources, to make sure that you don't compromise as the region seeks to achieve and hit the SDGs. The debt sustainability is not compromised.
Thank you, Ian.
Camille, let me just add one rider here. Yes, we need to anchor always on debt sustainability. But recall, when we talk of debt sustainability, you are talking of debt sustainability of the sovereign, the government. That presupposes that the expenditure Ian referred to, that is tackling the structural weaknesses we have, and the expenditure needed to get us to meet our SDG goals, need come only and only from the sovereign. That is where the financing need issue arises. Do we have enough revenues to meet the added expenditure without blowing up our debt? And if we cannot get concessional financing, then the debt sustainability criteria is gone. But what about, again, the clarion call we made, this partnership with the private sector? Can we induce the private sector to see value propositions, public value propositions, in development outcomes that can crowd in private sector financing? Therefore, no increase in public sector debt that can meet the expenditure that will move you in the space of your SDGs, guarantee the outcome of improved sustainability of lives, and at the same time do this in a way that can still provide for profits and prosperity without the albatross of the debt sustainability of the public space. And you only do that through a partnership, partners in development.
Partnerships for profit and prosperity, President, as you outlined. Al Edwards, we are turning the microphone over to you.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Camille. Good morning, Jean. I see Javon into the panel and to all fellow media practitioners. This is a question for Jean. Jean, I've heard your vision for the Caribbean and I concur, but let me ask you, how best can we improve regional air transportation? It's imperative if we are to be effective as a trading bloc, and for all the reasons you just outlined. I also want to ask, is work in progress to remove visas across the region so our people can work and travel freely across the Caribbean? And then as my last question, it pertains to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Here in Jamaica, there's a lot of talk now about becoming a republic, but yet we don't have our final appellate courts as the Caribbean Court of Justice. What is your view on the role of the Caribbean Court of Justice, and does it have to be a central figure of how we work as a region? Thank you very much.
Al, you almost told me I need to have my lawyers with me to answer the question. No, but let me start with the transportation issue. And I think Daniel or Isaac may have touched on this already. The transportation issue has to be seen in its entirety of an ecosystem. There is one, the assets that will be required. There's the financing of those assets that will be required. There's the legal framework and environment within which those will be deployed. There's the collaboration, the connectivity, the networking that would need to be ensured to be able to make it work. There's the demand for the services that needs to be adequate and appropriate. There's the costing and the management that needs to be done such that it's operating efficiently. And then you have to have the political arrangements in place that would say we are all benefiting from this. Networks cannot exist in segments. Networks have to exist in their entirety. And so connectivity of a network becomes the global public good, the value of any air transportation. Now, obviously, they will not all be as economic in every segment in the particular way. So whatever the solution we have to find must be able to bridge the fact that you have to have some form of pricing that covers the entire needs of the entire region. And so it's not a trivial exercise. And what we are looking at now is how can we provide a framework, provide guidance on what does the region need to be able to make it work, because we believe it is essential that the region cannot go forward without solving the transportation problem that we have now. And it will require 2 steps or 2 phases. To be honest, Al, the first phase is, in my mind, very clear. As I described it, we have a crisis, especially in parts of the region, where you cannot move from one country to the other without necessarily getting a visa to go through the US as a connecting point. So a young kid or young adult, 20, 22 years, looking to move from one country to the next, has to get approval of a visa to enter through the United States, even if there is no business in the United States. And the United States will reserve the right to be able to say, we will or will not give you a visa, totally separate from whether or not you had any interest in even going to visit the United States. Now, that is a major problem, not only for the people, but equally for our heads of state, our governments, because those people have to be able to say, we reserve the right as citizens to be able to move across the region. Now, if we are citizens of the region, why can't we ask for that right to be able to move freely across the region? And so transportation is part of the CSME issue that we have to solve. And so we need to solve this urgent part now. And how we do it may or may not be optimal or efficient, but we need to get a service going. And then in parallel to that, I think we need now to have a full-blown optimal solution that, for example, looks at future technologies. Why can't we begin to task our people, our researchers in the region, in the diaspora, at universities, exploring the, I want to call it retrofitting or refitting of our small airlines with electricity powered engines, hydrogen powered engines. Why can't we do this? We don't have the issue of traveling 3,000 miles, 6,000 kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean. We are talking 100 miles, 200 miles, 50 miles, hopping across islands. Car technology already allows us to move if we can do adequate thrust and to maintain an aircraft in the air. These are longer term solutions that will in fact have an entire cascading of economic diversification and skills that can help push an entire new industry that can help us in our transportation. But that's a longer term issue. For now, solve the immediate problem of providing services, put in place now a program through which we can now get to the point where genuinely we have a network that covers the entire region in a cost-effective way, in a way that gives every Caribbean citizen the right to move across any of the islands without having to go outside of the region.
And President, you still have to go to court?
Oh, I will. I do need legal advice here, but no, the issue of the ICC, not ICC, the ECJ is, for me, a institutional resilience element of our development ecosystem. And once we've identified the ultimate goals of development, then the question is what institutions are fit for purpose? What institutions will allow the rest of the infrastructure to be able to hang together? And if that is best served when we take a look at it by a Caribbean Court of Justice, then I have no doubt in my mind that this is what's required. Now, then you would need to ask the question of timing. When, what structure, how is it going to be applied, what safeguards, operational issues, but now that really is the domain of the lawyers. I wouldn't be able to articulate those, but let's put it in the context of what institutional frameworks are required to allow for production, to allow for financing, to allow for social development, to allow for saving of the planet, such that when you bring those together, we have a smooth, running, secure environment within which everyone, their rights, their physical being is secure, is safe, they can live in a state of peace, a state of contentment, and can have sustainable livelihoods.
Thank you, President. Now, we have a number of journalists online who have been asking for the opportunity to pose questions. So, Dennis Chabral, I'm going to ask you to ask your question next, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to know what exactly is being done by the CDB to provide a regional ferry service for goods and passengers, and where does Guyana fit into such actions or plans? Thank you.
Simple.
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes, so thank you. I think it was Dennis. Thank you. So we touched on that just a little bit earlier. Absolutely, we have received a mandate from heads of government anchored within the need for regional food security, regional food sovereignty, to support the movement, the sustainable movement of maritime cargo between Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados and Grenada. So in the first instance, starting in the Southern Caribbean with a view to expanding northwards to the North Caribbean. And to that end, we have already brought a consultancy on board, looking, of course, not just at the ferry service, but also all that will go into sustainable food security. So The consultants are working towards that, and we expect to have the initial findings within the interim report within the next couple of months, with a view to having the full report towards the end of the third quarter of this year, which will provide a roadmap for a sustainable movement of cargo, certainly in the first instance, and more specifically agri-produce in the Southern Caribbean, with a view to move northward.
Thank you, Daniel. And next we'll go to Courtney Menzies from 7 News in Belize. Courtney?
Hi, good morning. I have 2 questions. My first question is, coming out of COVID, Belize continues to show double-digit GDP growth. Our third quarter was at 12.3%. How does this compare to the rest of the region? And my second question is, for member countries which rely on the productive sector, how much is the cost of inputs, mainly fertilizer and fuel costs, affecting agricultural production?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So in 2022, Belize is estimated to have grown by 8.5%. How does that compare with the region? The average for the region was 10.3% for 2022. If we exclude Guyana, the average was 4.9. If we compare Belize with other service exporters, the service exporter average was 4.6%. So that's the comparison. I think that the performance suggests that Belize is recovering, or at least the tourism industry is recovering faster than the rest of the region. So that has been the experience with Belize compared with the rest of the region.
I think part 2 for you, Daniel.
That's part 2. No, I think you covered the input. That's part 2, right? The what? Agriculture.
Courtney, would you just like to repeat the second part of your question?
Sure. The second question was, for member countries that rely on the productive sector, how much is the cost of the inputs, mainly the fertilizer and the cost of fuel, affecting their agricultural production?
Oh, I think that's back over to Ian.
Okay. Well,
I'm pretty sure it is.
You can tag team it, gentlemen.
Yeah. So what I will say is that, inflation continues to be high, albeit falling. So prices are continuing to rise, but not at the rate that that we were seeing last year. And obviously that is having implications for the productive, that's having implications for the cost of the productive sectors. I think what some of the things that we need to do in response to that, well, before I get to the policy prescriptions, let me say that potentially this has implications for the competitiveness of the productive sectors and the ability to compete on global markets. So that is something that we have to keep our eyes on. And of course, price increases may start in fuel, they may start in fertilizer, but they are transmitted throughout the rest of the economy. So even though the impetus may be provided by products like wheat or urea or oil, those increases are transmitted throughout the economy. So they have implications for the entire economy and the ability of the economy to be productive. So that is something that has to be borne in mind. I think what is necessary is to ensure that as individual countries, you sort of control to the extent that you can, the impact of that transmission to the rest of the economy and the extent to which it has the potential to impact on the competitiveness of individual countries. I think that perhaps the best way to deal with the inflation situation is through social compacts, to ensure that that you don't create a wage price spiral that then has adverse implications for the competitiveness of the economies, the ability for the productive sectors to compete on the global stage. So in essence, I think what we are suggesting is pretty much to ensure that wage increases are contained, that labor, that government, that the private sector leadership come together, and on the basis of symmetric information, pretty much ensure that wage increases are sufficient to ensure that wages are livable, but you don't have overshooting of wage increases that then adversely affects the competitiveness of economies. So that's how I would respond to the question.
Thanks, Ian. Now, I'm aware that time is counting down, but we do want to allow our guests from the media to get in as many questions as possible. So I'll ask you to keep the questions succinct, and we will keep the answers succinct as well. John, you have been very patient, and it is your turn.
Good morning. John Tench, NBC Prime, St. Lucia. Regional cooperation and regional integration were cited as, well, it was cited as one of the means through which the CDB would achieve its objectives. However, how does the bank seek to navigate through individual island states' politics and stuff like that in order to achieve its objectives in the long run, right? And so I'm asking really about how does the bank seek to transcend individual island politics in order to achieve its objectives? And that's question number one. And the second question piggybacks off that. Mr. President, when you were speaking, you said that the bank would sort of regulate or try to promote transparent spending of individual governments in the region, and so how would the bank seek to address and accomplish that? Thank you.
I will surely allow Ian to take the second question.
What was the second?
Because I don't think exactly what I said, but let me start on the first question. Regionalism and regional cooperation will always follow what you can call the Trinity problem that we can conceptualize. And it goes as follows. I cannot have integration, have sovereignty, and have development outcomes that are coordinated all at the same time. When you say, how do you get the individual heads to, in a sense, coordinate, what you're effectively saying is they need to let go of some of their sovereignty. Now, I cannot dictate how much sovereignty heads, duly elected heads of government will be willing to give up. But what I can do is I can indicate the benefit to the whole of cooperation and collaboration in whatever space that they choose to want to work together on. And I don't think it is an impossibility to get them And we have organs and experience in the region that talk about how we bring heads together as a means of. And so part of what we do is work with other institutions like CARICOM and other agencies of CARICOM that interface, in the case of St. Lucia, as you mentioned, the OECS region, that work in that space, because you always need to blend governments, economies, and people. And they are not separable. I cannot have a government if I do not have the people satisfied with the actions and outcomes of the government. And I cannot have an economy doing well enough to keep the people happy if the government cannot facilitate this one way or the other. And so when I started by talking about the Trinity, the bottom line is we always have to make choices. We always have to trade off among competing needs that will get us to where we need to get. And that particular line becomes equally one of those choices that the region has to make at all levels. The economic level, the political level, and the people level, such that we can agree on the outcome. The outcome has to be the development of the peoples of the region. Once we agree there, then we have to work backwards. We need to do trade-offs. We need to agree, not to disagree, agree how we are going to work together better. But I cannot dictate that. I can only help facilitate it.
Prince, just to add a little color to what you just said and the question, I think we probably have to take that in two parts though, because we do have in the region, and especially in the sub-region of the OECS, a lot of that taking place where governments have given up some of their sovereignty over national goods. So you have, for example, in the telecommunication space, where governments have agreed to allow an independent entity to have control over the electromagnetic spectrum. It's a public good. And so all governments have given up that right to an independent authority to then issue licenses to telecommunications providers, etc. And I think the OECS has a lot of other examples like that. I think they're maybe a little further ahead than the rest of the CARICOM region, but I think we have to look at that question through those two lenses. And then, of course, if we have to improve the functionality of the CSME, as you rightly said, there has to be an enhanced level of cooperation among countries.
John, I'm just going to ask you to briefly repeat your first, or quickly repeat your second question.
Right, it was just about ensuring transparency and accountability within government spending in the individual island states.
The issue was to do with public financial management, yes, and how we make choices that yield to more accountability in spending, as well as the efficiency of that spend to meet outcomes. And that's why I said Ian can take that question.
Yeah. So thanks for the question. Of course, I guess as the President alluded to, transparency and general improvement in public financial management systems is very important to us, recognizing, of course, the potential to improve outcomes, ensuring that those outcomes are strongly linked to development objectives, ensuring that there's value for money so that your procurement systems are strong, ensuring that the budget process is transparent and there's reporting. A lot of this requires freedom of information legislation, which is something that really needs to be emphasized. But in essence, ensuring that there's accountability such that monies are spent in a way that it's obvious to the citizen as it as it relates to where, how, when, etc. So those to my mind, are some of the things that are necessary. Of course, procurement is a particular interest of ours, largely because it really has the potential, one way or the other, to improve value for money and ensure that the country is getting maximum bang for the buck that is spent.
If I could just add a quick word to that with respect to what we're doing tangibly, we are actually currently supporting procurement reform, the procurement reform agenda of 10 of our borrowing member countries. And we're also, of course, the representative, the active member of the Caribbean chapter of the Inter-American Government Procurement Network. So along with the OECS procurement reform work that we've done, both phase 1 and phase 2, we're extending that work outside the OECS to support the procurement reform agenda of our borrowing member countries. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Director Warner, you've noted that despite COVID, the Caribbean actually made some progress on SDGs related to education and climate action. What was done differently that allowed progress to still advance on those areas? And are there lessons that can be applied now to other areas that have regressed or are under threat?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think education, the focus on education is not something that's been recent. It's something that as a region we have, we have worked tremendously hard to ensure that we enhance the human capital of our people. And so education has always been a priority, I would say, for the regional governments. And I think we're seeing, and through COVID, we saw prominence and priority still being given to education. I was actually quite impressed when I saw the speed with which, we were able to move primarily from a physical, from teaching in a physical environment to one that was remote. Why were we able to make that change so quickly? Because it was a priority. We recognized that that our children are our future, and we need to focus on education. And the bank, as I believe the Vice President Operations alluded, is focusing on, is spearheading a Let's Reap program, which is really to help to try to reverse some of the learning losses that were in fact still unfortunately encountered. And I think across the region we had said that there were between 6 to 16 months learning loss being experienced. And so I think that commitment to education, to ensuring that we mitigated the learning loss, I think that was very important. Similarly too, in terms of the climate action, I think that has been a real priority for the region. And I mean, you see it in the various aspects. You see it, as it relates to the thrust towards, renewable energies, moving a bit slowly, but we're still going to get there. And so I would say that it has been really, to my mind, the importance of these two areas at the political level. In terms of some of the other areas that have not been moving as quickly, and I think there are a couple things that perhaps we need to do. As I alluded to in the presentation, one of the things we need to do is to ensure that we have the appropriate data available to allow us to be able to understand the baselines that we're coming from, where we're moving to, and also if we're going off track, to ensure that we are able to get back on track. Also, I think with respect to, or I should say, some of the countries that have advanced in a more holistic manner on the SDGs, they have been able to implement, or they've been able to form SDG sort of focal points within the government service. Those focal points, they represent a sort of central, repository and to some extent a central repository, but also a monitoring and coordinating role to ensure that those countries, are still able to meet those targets. And I think also where possible, we need to look at a regional approach, because there might be some of the SDGs or certain aspects of the SDGs might also benefit from a regional approach being taken. So those are just a few of the points that come to mind. And on another matter, the Director for Economics, when he was speaking to inflation, I think I just wanted to add that within this environment, targeting becomes extremely important. Inflation affects our people, and we need to ensure that we are targeting our expenditures, that governments are targeting their expenditures to the most vulnerable, to mitigate the impact of inflation on the most vulnerable. And I think that is something, I don't think that we should overlook the importance of targeting, because sometimes what happens is that in our social protection systems, we would see that there's quite a bit of fragmentation. And so you have situations where there might be errors of inclusion, where people should be, who should not be, receiving benefits may in fact be receiving benefits. And then you also have errors of exclusion, where persons who should be receiving are not receiving. So I think we really, within the current framework, and especially within the current environment, and especially in this inflationary environment, we really need to look at the appropriate and effective targeting of our beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. We have two final questions from journalists online, and the penultimate question will come from Peter Richards from CMC. Peter?
Good afternoon to the panel, and Happy New Year to everybody. I want to go back, if you don't mind, to revisit the question regarding transportation, President Leo. The whole question where you say that the situation in the Eastern Caribbean is now at a crisis, and you spoke about the flights being significantly reduced. At the same time, I also want to ask on the whole question that given the fact that last week or earlier this week, the Grenada Prime Minister more or less moved from acquiring to subsidizing aircraft. President Leo, if you were in my shoes as a journalist reporting coming out of this CDB conference on the whole question of air transportation in the region, forget about the whole concept of you doing study and what have you. What message, if you were to write something for the ordinary man in the Caribbean regarding air transportation, what message would you be telling him now?
Peter, that's the moment when I turn to my Vice President. because I never studied journalism, and I have no idea what you should be writing. But let me let Isaac start, and I'll come in after. Yeah.
Thanks for the question,
but
Peter.
Mr. President, I could say I never studied finance, economics in your experience, but I could still ask a question in that regard.
Thanks for the question, Peter. I think the message was given already, that we don't have to have a critical mass of political will for us to get to a harmonious solution, at least. We are encouraged because at least 7 governments approached us in August last year to begin the study that you didn't want to hear about. But at least it's the start of a process. And as the President said, the initial intervention is to ease the pain that we're feeling now. And the long-term intervention would be to treat with the entire ecosystem that addresses the cost of transportation, addresses the regulatory aspects, addresses the bottlenecks that are in place preventing folks from moving seamlessly from country to country. The president painted a very graphic picture of a young person wanting to move from one country to the next, and the inability of that person to do so without going through the United States. And we have stories from our parents and folks who are around for a long time who will tell you the experiences they had moving from country to country in the Eastern Caribbean. I have to tell you too that we treat this as a regional public good. And way back in 1970, the Caribbean Development Bank, one of its first loans as a regional public good was to Liat in the sum of 5.8 million United States dollars. So we have been in this game for a long time, but we're thinking that we do have an opportunity now to get it right.
So before the president comes in, could I say therefore by 2024, 2025, I am still going to be asking the same question?
So I was going to give you your 2 lines. Line 1 is that all the governments in the region agree that the transportation nightmare that we have cannot continue. Point 2, all the governments agree, and that is why they have asked for some partnership to help solve the problem. They agree that they need to do something and do it quick, because the countries, the people are hurting. And point 3, they also agree that they will do whatever is possible to start to solve the problem today, while we put together a solution that will be sustainable, viable over the long term. So your headline can be, help is coming.
Help in which way?
That's why you have a headline, help is coming, and then you put the free sentences that I just gave.
That's a good headline, G.
I think that's a fitting note now to go on to the anchor leg, and we're going to ask Aaron Humes from Breaking News Belize to ask the final question. Aaron?
See, that's why we also need good internet and broadband.
Hello?
Connectivity.
He's on.
Yes, Aaron, you're on.
Yes,
we can.
Hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning. It's still African here in Belize. But first, my question would be, how does the bank treat with the issue of government asking to reassign funds from loans or grants intended for projects to address more urgent issues that we saw with the pandemic? I believe had to do that with at least one, if not more, loans, not CDB, but others. And can those loans be renegotiated so that the value to the project is lost? And then the second question would be, how can the bank assist with financing the Petro-Caribbean program from Venezuela in order to ensure region-wide access to oil products, in order to reduce the cost of gas, especially diesel, which is used in the productive sector? Thank you.
The second question isn't mine. I did it first.
Ian is always there.
Yeah, you take the second question. So yeah, throughout the thanks for the question. Throughout the pandemic, recognizing the fiscal constraints our countries are on, we looked at our portfolio of projects and determined what portions of the projects could be repurposed to meet the needs of the region and essentially of those that were hurting. So some of our education projects, certainly, we sought to repurpose. And as a matter of fact, we also spoke to our partners within the donor community. And some members of the media may be familiar with the fact that we have a climate action line of credit with the European Investment Bank. And in discussions with them, we carved out a 30 million of the 100 million focused on supporting the health sector within the Caribbean. So, it is a partnership between CDB and our member countries, and we seek to see how, in instances where catastrophic events have occurred, how can we work with them to repurpose financing to meet more immediate needs in that snapshot of time and space. And I'll leave the second question.
Ian, the final word is yours.
Can I follow the lead of my colleagues and leave that one alone? Look, what I will say, I don't know if I got the question exactly correctly, but what I will say is that Petro-Caribe is our bilateral arrangements, and I don't know that we have the remit to, to facilitate those bilateral discussions. Just let me know if I got the question right.
Okay, so you're saying, Mr. Best, that it's not possible for CDB to assist with financing. I think we are aware of the issues that Venezuela has with the United States in terms of financing, but this is an assist to the region in order to meet energy and economic needs, because I believe part of the proceeds do go to certain projects in each country. I know Belize, for instance, use some of the funds to build sporting stadiums and that sort of thing. So I get where you're coming from in terms of the bilateral arrangement. So, but I was wondering how CDB could assist if possible.
Aaron, when you say assist, could you be a little bit more specific?
Just in terms of the financial arrangements, can the CDB partner? I don't think Venezuela is an associate or member of the bank, but
Venezuela is.
But I think Director Durant underscored the parameters under which the fund operates. I don't know if there's anything further to add.
I think that's it.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think.
it's a bilateral arrangement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, understood then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And on that note, we'll bring the proceedings to a close. But before we go, let me thank our panel, President Dr. Hyginus Jean Leon, Mr. Isaac Solomon, our Vice President Operations, Mr. Daniel Best, the Director of Projects, Ian Durant, the Director of Economics, and Ms. Anne-Marie Warner, Deputy Director of Corporate Strategy. A special thank you to the members of the media. Development is achieved through partnership, and you are a particularly important partner because you help us to reach the public we serve, and we look forward to working with you in the future on this journey to a better place. I would also like to thank everyone who joined us either in person or online. The dialogue will continue on our social media platforms and in other spaces where we engage. So let's keep this conversation going. God bless the Caribbean, the region we live in, work for, and love. I thank you.